Oh,
All right.
I'm out of breath.
Don't do it in the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for attending for our special meeting on our first budget work session. At this time, Ms. Best, will you please do roll call?
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
You have 5 present and 2 on their way. So you have a quorum.
Okay. At this time, is there a motion to allow Ms. Holloway to participate virtually?
So moved. Second.
All right. Ms. Holloway, can you please give us the reason why you are asking to participate remotely and where you are currently located?
Medical. Resident.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call please, Ms. Bess.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, Mr. Altman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Bess, bring up the PowerPoint.
Yes.
So tonight, I thought I would go just through the PowerPoint presentation that we have. There's a lot of information. Oh yeah, I have to do that. A lot of information in your book. There'll be more additional questions, and y'all have been emailing questions so far, so just keep on emailing questions as they come up, and we'll field them and get the answers for them as quickly back as we can. Just hit the screen. Go to your right, go to your right.
Uh-huh.
There you go, that one. So, next slide, please. So,
I'm going there. It's
Okay.
not- Why do I have, okay, there it is. There you go.
all right. So today, the purpose of it is to go through an overview and highlights of the proposed budget, not only including the revenue side, but also some expenditure side items, and we'll have a future work session on the capital budget. Next. So the framework of our 2023 operating and capital budgets, we were talking about a tax rate increase,
Yeah.
which council ultimately did not approve. The budget presents an inclusion that exceeds the FY '22 levels and provides for adequate funding that would enable city departments to fulfill their mission and render services to the citizens. All right. And again, as we always do, we have a four-pillar approach to our budget process. We look at where we are from an assessment perspective, where we have a budgeting soundly. We do an analysis looking at our prior year budget practices and trends to see where we are from a 3-year perspective is what we always look at on an expenditure side. We look at preservation, what the proposed revenues meet our costs, and then status. Where are we able to handle matters that may arise during the FY '23 year that we're not budgeting for? So that typically comes through in the contingency part of our budget. So the outcome of the deploying of the fiscal stewardship approach here, the proposed operational capital budget total is $190,183,439, consisting of a total of 31 funds required for operations of city services. This is an increase of $6,389,784, or 3.48% over the current budget year, FY '22. Proposed general operating fund is recommended at $58,096,022, which is an increase of $3,739,740, or 6.9% increase over the current year budget. And the general operating fund is where we, the city, handles our day-to-day operations. Baseline budget equals the adopted FY '22 budget. However, the general fund increase for the FY '22 primarily due to council's generosity in providing the approval for the increases in salary for the public safety, fire and police, sheriff, and public works. Proposed adjustment to the real estate tax rate. There were no other adjustments proposed for FY '23. Council did elect at your last meeting on the 12th not to adjust the real estate tax rate. So that still stays at $1.13. And there's no draw from unassigned fund balance to balance the budget.
Question. I have a question.
Well, yes, ma'am.
And number 3, you didn't include you said, why is the police not in there?
Well, it's
Public safety
public safety.
together.
Yeah,
Okay.
we lump
got you.
police and fire together.
Yes, okay, thank you.
So these are the tax rates as they sit now. The real estate tax rate has been adopted at $1.13 per assessed value per your action at the 12th meeting on the 12th. Council did not approve or the personal property, business personal property, or machinery and tools rates. So those are what is currently proposed, and you'll take action at another meeting to address those items. And if we do propose an increase to any of these items, we'll have to have a public hearing. So we'll need to know what you're looking to increase that rate to before we can advertise that public hearing. So the revenue committee that we use and we've been using since I've been here is myself, the commissioner of revenue, the treasurer, real estate assessor, finance director, and our budget analyst. We put out a request to the treasurer, commissioner of revenue, and the real estate assessor to give us their projected revenue for the year. Commissioner is business personal property, M&T, personal property, personal property. Of course, real estate assessor provides us the total assessment. And then the treasurer provides us a collection rate that she's anticipating for the upcoming year, and that's how we move forward. So the next slide has all of the proposed revenue for all of the funds across our budget, totaling the $90 million for the upcoming fiscal year. The next slide shows just the general fund, and it has the FY '23 versus '22 adopted budget and the changes there. So you can see as we go through revenue, we did the real estate tax, which that was the proposed change for the increase, but that's still, we would still need those revenues or find those revenues somewhere to balance the budget. We did have an increase in personal property of $800,000. Machinery and tools did go up. We did see a reduction in revenue with regard to penalty and interest. So we had some winners and some losers, but overall, there was some increase in taxes. Again, the $2 million is what we're looking to fill the void on. This is just across the board where we saw those increases based on for fiscal year FY '23. I think we talked through this at the tax rate hearing, where those dollars were coming from and how they equaled out to the $3.2 million. So we always have those questions as we go through budget, which, what our terms mean. So again, here we have them again, and I believe they're in your budget book, Mr. Terry. Are those use of terms in the book defined? So when we talk about use of money, that's interest income or rent on property, such as the regional library, which they rent from us. Charges of services, so circuit court fees, sheriff fees, law library fees, etc., and EMS billing, those types of things. Miscellaneous, we have donations and private grants, sale of real estate data, which people come in and actually want to buy our assessment data. That's what that is. Tax exemption program fees, insurance refunds, keep up with beautiful things of that nature that come in and out. Then we have local. That's the payment in lieu of taxes, so PILT, so funding we receive from the housing authority with regard, since they don't pay taxes, but we get a payment in lieu of taxes. The Commonwealth attorneys and police departments, drug and seizure and forfeiture monies. Same thing with the sheriff. Then of course we have transfers, so cost recovery, items from the sewer fund, solid waste fund, Department of Social Services. So here's a proposed expenditure side on all budgets. Again, all 31 of the funds totaling the $190 million. And then the next slide shows a breakdown of those expenditures for the general fund only, comparing proposed FY '23 to FY '22, and the dollar change and percent change, totaling up to that $58 million for the upcoming budget year. Highlights of the proposed budget, we did have the healthcare cost increase, which the city council agreed to absorb, so we didn't pass any increase onto the employees, which would be good given we weren't able to do any type of raise this year. So that results in our employees not having any loss of expendable income during the year. It addresses our mandated services such as social services, CSA, and the like, and then the 5% COLA for comp board position in the constitutional offices in Department of Social Services, which is the state piece, that is built in. If my memory serves me correctly, I think we're responsible for 18% of that increase, so it's a minimal amount compared to the total. So we go through the notable changes through our budget. City clerk's office was a reduction in funding. City attorney is a small increase with contract services for the law library. City manager's office, we have the class and comp study, which is offset by, we had an incentive payment that we paid off, so that offset the main portion of the cost there. HR, we had some salary and benefit changes due to changes in staff and in service contracts. So, I think we mentioned it at the last meeting, changing our onboarding process, going to an electronic onboarding process. So that's there in addition to the Learn modules, which are gonna be the ongoing, staff, and employee educational piece. So we all are familiar with Dr. Manker's Take Your Cybersecurity Training. So this is not only that, but as we onboard people, these will be the modules for workplace violence, harassment, those types of things that we would do. Typically bring everybody in. We're moving towards a module piece where everybody will be able to log in and take those courses, and we don't have to get everybody in a room. Finance, we have the cost of the reassessment that we talked about a couple meetings ago, which is real estate assessor's office is underneath finance, and some salary and benefit changes. Voter registration, same thing, small increase there, request for overtime because with poll workers.
Could you explain the finance again?
So finances increase, if you remember, we did a budget amendment for the real estate reassessment that will become effective next January. But we did some of that this year, and some of that was paid out of this year, but some of it's paid, we're budgeting for in the upcoming budget and for FY23. And because real estate is a division of finance, that's why it's there. Commissioner revenue, so we have some increases and changes as a result of salary, changes for the comp board positions, and some legal requests for potential legal services. We have an appeal by Advance 6, I think on M&T, I believe. So she's asked for some funding in her legal services line item for that.
$88,000.
Well, and that's the total cost, not the cost just for legal services. That's the total of the two combined.
So, and what?
And then we have the treasurer's office where there's some salary and benefit changes for comp board positions, and we've recommended in the budget a recon analyst position in the treasurer's office to help with our audits. So they can have have someone dedicated in the office working towards cash recon and assisting with audit preparation.
And we approve that? We have to approve that?
Yes, ma'am, you have to approve
We
that.
won't hire somebody for the treasurer's office now? That's interesting.
That's for clarity. I'm not trying to be funny. Are we asking questions now or waiting for you to finish? Because I had questions earlier.
Well, if
I can't wait till later.
No, I'm just asking so I can.
however you want to do it. I think we only got a couple more pages to go, slides to go before it's over. So,
I've been waiting.
Okay.
IT, again, increase in service contracts and some change in benefit options selected by staff. So a staff member that may have family insurance versus individual insurance now. Circuit court clerk, again, comp board position pay, that 5% there. And then they had some staffing changes in the office that also resulted. Same thing in the Commonwealth Attorney's office. And I think it was 2 years. Well, no, last year we were virtual, so I'm trying to remember if last year we added a position in their office. If it was last year or the year before. I just remember it being virtual when we talked about it. Next slide. Sheriff's office, again, the salary and benefit changes from the mid-year raise that was provided to them. Comp board position, salary benefit increases, and then an increase in overtime. General District Court, reduction there, and then Police Department, again, salary and benefits, increased service contracts, and there is some offset by an adjustment to align budgets. And then I think we got one more. Fire, again, salary and benefit changes, increase in overtime, and then Public Works, those mid-year raise, salary and benefit increases, some benefit changes caused by changing in staff, increase in overtime, and then an increase in supply and maintenance costs. So that all of those equal that number. Department of Development, you had salary and benefit changes primarily associated with the additional position that was created from last year's budget. These are our next steps. We've got another work session coming up on the 26th to talk about all of this. which I'm confident y'all have plenty of questions tonight and after. And then May 3rd, looking at the capital budget, we've got a first public hearing scheduled on the budget for May 10th, with the second final approval of the budget targeted for May 24th. And I know schools are still working through some of the details of their budget because we're waiting on the state to adopt the budget, so they'll know exactly what will be coming their way. But at this point in time, they've indicated that the 250,000-ish that they asked for additional funding would not be required. Because their health insurance renewal came in at a lesser amount than they thought, so that wouldn't be required. So they just said they were asking for level funding. So
But their level funding was what they received last year, not level funding what we think it should be.
right. So their level funding would be the $14.5 million, not the 12.5, if you will, based on actual expenditures.
What do we have? Do we have 14 or 12 in the budget?
Our budget, we've been consistently funding at 12.2. This year we're at 12.5 in the current proposed budget. And what we've done over the past few years, this council has made a supplemental
Is
appropriation.
it possible that we can hold our questions to the end? Because that was what we wanted to do until the slides were done.
So I think the last one is questions.
So I have the first slide I had was Counselor Gore, and then I had Counselor Pelham for her questions. I will put down Counselor Denton and Counselor Randolph.
I don't need it, thank you. If I need it, I'll put my light on.
All right, did you need it? Did you want to ask questions, Counselor?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I just,
Well, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna go on the roll that the lights came
all
on.
right, you let me know.
Yes, ma'am. I see the city attorney's light went on, but
That's
she's not
her.
here. Okay. Counselor Gore, then Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Denton.
I was trying to follow what you said about the finance. Can you turn to that slide, please, Ms. Bess? Can you explain that again? I know you said the assessor's office, which I understand, but what was that dollar amount for? Because I thought we just did a contract for them to get services. What is this other amount for?
Is that the right chart up there?
Yeah, 375. What is that for?
So that's the combination of those items. So salary benefit changes and then the cost of the reassessment, which is the bulk of that cost. We did and I can't remember off the top of my head, the amount of the budget amendment we did this year to move that process along, but we knew that the remainder of that cost would have to be borne on in the FY23 budget. So
For the assessor's contract?
to do the reassessment. Yeah,
So what was the amount of that total contract?
we don't have it, I don't have it yet, but we gave council, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Just so I'm on the same page, I thought when they came, they asked for permission with the RP to hire a group to help them with assessments.
Yes, we came with a request to put out an RFP, which council approved. We're working through, and I think the motion that Mr. Parton made that night was to approve the request and authorize us to sign it. So we're working through the contract piece now, so I'll be able to give you that contract number,
So most likely the contract is about
the bulk of those dollars.
$300,000 for that contract.
Yeah, so you've got the piece for the general reassessment of residential, and then there's a piece on industry. But we can get you that contract cost for sure.
And this is only for 1 year's worth of services. So I don't understand why we just don't hire, I mean, like, what was the issue? Well, I remember we
Right.
talked about this and I said, well, I thought we had gone beyond the need to contract out for services, and then we had a request for services contract.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, so you're correct. We were building staff, but then they had
the people that.
two
left the
people
list.
left.
I remember now. Okay.
Yeah, 2 people left.
I remember
The
you
two,
asked.
yeah.
So then I have a couple other questions, but I just wanted to just I'll save those other ones for later. But I just want to cut to the chase about these salaries that I'm still not clear on. As, I know I missed your call earlier, you called me back. So I'll say on the record, you did call me back, I missed your call. We asked Ms. Best to pull what was actually voted on. And for police and fire, it was 600,019, hold on, let me pull it up. It was like $619,000 worth, right? 619,328.47, so $619,328.47. Public safety, public works didn't have anything because it was called salary savings. Sheriff's office we voted for was $178,730.38. So 178,730.38. Together, that's like $750,000. I still don't understand how we got to 1.8.
Yeah.
Because, and I went back to make sure I heard correctly during the council meeting. When we talked about the 1.8, I and myself and other people asked, was that 1.8 strictly salary? And we were told yes.
Mm.
Now, yes, we were. Go back and look at the tape. We were told yes. And then we were told that there was another line item in that ad for the real estate tax increase, and it had healthcare and VRS together. So that's what then your response, you said the 1.8 included VRS, but that is different than what we were told that night. So I'm just trying to understand what exactly is this number.
In your packet the night of the tax rate increase, my memo
Okay.
has salary and associated benefits with the mid-year raises at 1.8. And then health insurance and VRS increase was another line item.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I
Right, so
said.
it was salary and benefits associated with the mid-year rate increase was 1.8, not just salaries.
Okay.
But salaries and benefits.
And the benefits
Yes.
part, okay.
And then we had an overall increase from VRS across the city.
Okay, so my next question is, with that, if the math is 750,000 roughly, I saw Mr. Parton with the calculator, you can give us the exact number, is what we adopted for moving unassigned funds. I still don't understand how we're looking at 1.8 now.
So, Mr. Parton had some questions similar to you, and we responded to that today. And let me check my sense.
To just them?
So what time did you respond?
It was about 5:45.
Oh, okay. All right, then I didn't.
So the itemized breakdown of the 1.8 is police with, so salary and benefits, $763,684.56. So, and I copied all the council on the email.
And what does that represent again?
Salary and benefits increases in police. Fire was $526,056.27. Public Works, $290,109.94. And Sheriff is $443.62. All of that together adds up to the 1.8. Mr. Parton had asked for a breakdown of the 1.8.
So I have to go back and look at the presentations, and I'll do that while other people ask questions. But you should be able to tell us what is the difference in the amount that we adopted versus the VRS that was missing in the benefits part.
I don't have it calculated today, but we could go back and calculate that for you.
Because, or Mr. Terry, do you understand what I'm asking? So if you're saying that what we adopted for raises did not include the whole package, then there's dollars missing, correct? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Apologize, I was sitting because didn't get called.
So if what we adopted, I can't speak for everyone, I can speak for a majority,
Yes, ma'am.
thought that we were adopting everything that was needed to do the raise. So 619,000 for police and fire. That includes salary, benefits, whatever else is needed to do the rates. We find out now that it did not include everything. The arrest and benefits were excluded from that figure. When the math is added up, what is that difference than what we adopted? Because that's what I'm trying to get through, because it's not, that's what we're trying to figure out, how do we get to 1.8? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but, and I will do my best. I gotta figure out how to get that answer back to you. I think what is being missed on my part is that the 1.8 is a year,
Right.
annual.
Right.
So that's the first thing.
We did mid-year, so it was 6 months.
So you're looking at, Corey, you're looking at your budget resolution. So that's just a mid-year number, and it did not include everything. Our 1.8 includes an entire 12 months, a fiscal year, plus all costs included.
So that even makes it even more confusing, Mr. Terry, because for mid-year for police and fire, it was 619,000 from the budget resolution that was provided to me. And the email that I'm looking at right now, police, and so if I add,
I guess, Mrs. Gore, I'm trying to figure out where you're going with that, because all I know is that's what the resolution said. And literally, you would need to go back, and the way we did it, we made sure we presented the original budget for 21, and then what your mid-year increase, and then from there, the revised budget. So from our standpoint, when you take that individual X in the police department, we're taking that individual across for 12 months.
right, so I guess I'll get to what I'm getting at. If we adopted a set number for raises for mid-year, 6 months, I understand what you're saying with the difference in the numbers. And we're finding out that it didn't include all the benefits. How are the benefits being paid now? Because we didn't give extra money authorized to move. So if you got a pot of money, 619,000, what was in the budget resolution that Ms. Best gave me, that council voted on for police and fire, and then we're being told, oh, that number didn't include everything. Okay, how is it being paid now if the raises are implemented? Where did that money come from? What is the difference? And where did it come from? Because that difference is clearly a lot, because we're at 1.8 now. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Are you asking, a point of information? I'm trying to follow your question. I'm a little confused.
Okay.
Are you saying, what I hear you're saying is, we did a budget resolution, but was the benefits included in that budget resolution?
It couldn't, they're
Was
telling
it?
us it wasn't.
Who's
They
telling
told-
us that?
The staff said at the last budget meeting that it was not.
Okay.
So if you got a pot of money and you got authorized to move only this amount from unassigned funds to move to their budgets to pay for raises, if it did not include the benefits part of it, how are the benefits being paid for? Because we did not give you another pot of money to pay for that.
So I'd have to go back and look, and I don't have all that paperwork in front of me. I tried finding the memos today. But I think what was done was the increase, let's just say whatever department it was a full year number, not a partial year number.
What we adopted?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
Why would we adopt a full year if they were coming to us for mid-salary raises? And we said effective for now.
But again-
And the whole
again-
discussion was for us to implement the next round in July. That makes
So,
no sense.
Again, let me go back and look, but I think, if my memory serves me correctly, the numbers that were presented were of the total impact. But let me go back. I got your note here.
But I'm not trying to, I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but with all due respect, I feel like that answer should be had now. And that's because we talked about this last meeting, so it's not a secret. This was a point of conversation. And then, let's say what you're saying is accurate. I know you say you're guessing right now, but let's say it is accurate. How is it that staff would allow us to adopt a budget number for a whole year and move it from unassigned balance, knowing we only need a half of the year? you should come back to us to say, hey, we realize what you
Well-
voted for was the whole year, but you only need half of this.
Right.
I don't get it.
And if that's the case, we'll certainly do that, and we can actually factor in the benefits there. But let me go back and look. I don't have all those memos in front of me. And we've been trying to answer the question, and I think we're slowly getting around to what you're looking for, because we responded, and I don't think we totally answered your question. You responded again. So again, now that I hear what you're saying, we'll go back and take a look.
But this was the foundation for the tax increase that you guys
Correct.
put in the paper.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we still, in the current upcoming budget year, are still short those funds.
Some
how-
of those funds,
Huh?
some of those funds, not all of it. They're short.
Right. We're not short the entire amount, but we're still short.
I don't know how you can say you're sure if you can't say what the numbers are.
If I'm not mistaken, the increases that were provided, so the numbers that I just read, and that is the FY '23 impact for the annual impact of the FY '23, the impact on the FY '23, the entire year for the resulting mid-year raises, which includes salaries and benefits, so VRS, FICA, short-term, long-term disability, all of that rolled in, that's where that 1.8 comes from. And that hasn't changed.
I'm gonna
I
let other
just
people
have a
ask
point of-
questions. I'm gonna come back to this, but I'm gonna let it go for right now.
I have a
'cause
point of
it's still not
information, I'm
making
just a little
sense.
confused. Was the budget resolution for the raises, did they include the fringe benefits as far as VRS life, disability, and workers' compensation? When we-
No.
It did not?
No.
Okay, are they being, and then my other point of information is, has that been compensated? Has that
They're
been
getting- they're
paid?
get-
Because
they're
I know
getting- yeah,
that they're getting their raise, but
Yeah.
have we included the cost for the fringe benents as well?
That they are getting, all that is being covered, yes.
Right, so
Okay.
how?
Well, no, I'm not saying how, point of information meaning, if we didn't have the entire dollar value at the time we
Yep.
passed the budget resolution, will we not require another budget resolution
Right.
prior to us?
If we don't have salary savings to address those issues, most of those departments, particularly police and fire, had significant amount of salary savings because of positions that weren't being filled and people leaving. So if it requires, then yes, we would have to do that. That's also why I want to go back and look at the budget resolutions themselves and the information provided by the departments to see if it was indeed, we did a full year increase in salary or a partial year. So-
And my other question for my point of information, so I understand this entire thing with the salary savings that the police have in that bucket, that we are able to do that and apply it to their VRS? Is that something that we can do as far
Yeah.
as moving funds that way?
Well, it's all in the personnel piece, so we're not moving funds.
Okay, that's it. Yes.
Okay, if I'm
Yes, sir.
listening- Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Gore? I'm listening at the dialogue, so if you don't mind, I'd like to be an advisor at this moment rather than cranking the numbers. I think what the city manager does have to go back and look at whatever documentation he has, which that'll work. But I think what I'm hearing is everything that was done in this current fiscal year, according to that budget resolution, was done and is in this fiscal year. It did not include what you were addressing, Madam Mayor.
I was
It did not
asking.
include all of the VRS, Medicare, stuff like that, workers' comp. And the terminology, I think, is getting somewhat confused because maybe the department in their speech or their understanding thought that they had a full year cost because they were looking at it. But what you approved, and the way I had to look at it as an accountant, was what you approved. Then I just heard the second conversation, because I'm trying to eliminate confusion. If it was determined, if we had determined, and we're in this session right now, we still haven't closed the fiscal year, that budget, that we need, that there would be more money needed to cover what you approve, they would have to come back and request that. But right now, for what I'm understanding is, in some cases, the departments may have been able to absorb it. That's what I'm hearing.
So just for clarity, and the way you're talking, Mr. Terry, I'm gonna ask you at the end, so be prepared. It sounds like you weren't involved in this process from a financial standpoint. And that's not a knock to you, but how you're answering me, it seems like you weren't advised or consulted.
No, I was not.
You were not.
First time I heard it was when it was presented.
And that's a problem. That should have never been the case. So that's a whole nother issue we can talk about, but I can tell by your answers, you weren't clearly in the loop, right? So when staff presented us, just like it's being termed now, mid-year raises, that was always the discussion. So the discussion was, we want these raises moving forward. So yes, it'll be an annual thing. However, we want them implemented now. So that means the initial phase is the mid-year raise with the understanding that come July 1, it will be an annual allocation to cover the raises. When Public Works came to us, they said, we have salary savings to cover this mid-year adjustment. We do not need any more money. Boom, which is why we do not have a budget amendment for them. When police came, they said, we need X amount of dollars in order to cover this mid-year adjustment, $619,000. When the sheriff office came, they said, we need $173,000, whatever the number was, to cover this mid-year adjustment. Moving forward, the annual amount will be X, Y, and Z. So the amount that we did when we voted was a budget amendment to move $619,000 from unassigned funds to the police department now to cover the mid-year. $173 from unassigned funds now to cover the mid-year for sheriff. Public Works didn't have a request because they do salary savings. So with that understanding, we're thinking this number that we adopted covered everything that needed to be covered, right? Because why else would we think anything different than that, right? So now we find out, oh, that's not the case. We miss benefits, we miss this. Okay, it's not a good thing that she missed, a problem actually, but okay, that's the situation. How are you covering that now? Because we didn't give you enough money to cover it. How is it being paid for? So the thought is, oh, maybe they had salary savings off the top. Public Works don't have that because they use their salary savings to cover the raises. So you already know Public Works don't have salary savings to pay for those benefits. That leaves, how is that being paid for? Then you have police and fire. Now, if the assumption is, well, maybe they have salary savings and cover these benefits, then I would ask, why was that not calculated in this mid-year adjustment anyways? Why ask us for a whole pot of money when you only need a portion? So no matter which way you cut it, it's not right. And not only that, the question still remains, how is it being paid for now if we did not give the money for the benefits? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand my question?
I understand your question now. I understand you're talking between when you approved it and up to June 30th.
Right, how is it being paid for?
That's totally different.
Right, if we only gave you this pot of money and you telling me now it's more than that, then there's a negative there. How is the negative being filled? And that's why I'm saying, well, we have to look at the paperwork. That does not make sense to me either, because if we have this advertised in the newspaper that we need 1.8 for salaries, you have to calculate it off of something. So you don't know, I mean, that's what, something's not, it doesn't make sense. So, I mean, maybe I'm the only one looking at it this way, but, I mean, am I the only one looking at it like that?
Nope.
Where's the gap? Mr. Parton, you writing down something, I don't know what you.
Yeah, I got another question for later on. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not
Write your
messing my
name.
math up.
Oh, right.
But do you understand my question?
Yeah, no, I mean, it just, I think that's, and I, got to see the response that you sent me today, because I didn't check it,
Yeah,
right after
understand.
I'd left work. But, I mean, I find it really hard to see, where that, just mathematically where that gap is coming from, because, I mean, what I'm going through and adding up here, I'm not seeing where you're coming up with $1.8 million.
Okay.
Nobody can see.
And it might end up being where I just need to sit down with you in a meeting and just, go through, each of those things that I had asked you in the email for. Because, I mean, it's just, but I mean, I'll save my question for later, I'm
All of
sorry.
us need to know,
No.
Council Parton, I mean, we all are here and the public is here listening. I think everyone needs to be on the same page some kind of way.
And I-
Right, and that's what we said we would do. We would go back and look at all that and answer those questions.
And then I'm gonna add something to
We
yours.
gotta
I do have
We should
one
go
more.
back to figure out how they're getting
I just-
paid now.
Well, I just wanna ask about the, so when is it required for finance to engage in a salary or budget change
Exactly.
request during a mid-year? Because what I heard is that this was not brought to your attention until the day of.
Well-
So when
We,
should finance be
So the-
involved in the process?
We
And
did.
is there a process for that?
so there is a process, but what we knew going in, and Mr. Terry and I kind of had some conversations, what we knew going in was it was gonna have to come from unassigned fund balance. There wasn't revenue there for next year.
I understand what you're saying
So-
at that time, but I'm looking at patch fixes. Because if you're looking and we're projecting, these aren't increases, these increases are step increases. They're not just like, okay, we increased this year and we have to hold it here until we go ahead and, approve another increase. It's brought to us as a step increase. So my question now becomes, when should finance be engaged in this process? Because I do see, there's a table for generating revenue. I see the players that are involved to sit at the table. But we're talking about the finances of the city. So what is the process? When should the finance department manager become involved? And not to patch fix. We have to look at things going on because now we're here needing to increase taxes. At a time for 15 cents. That cannot be the fix because we're just watering a fire. And we continue to do this, it's a slow burn and it's a slow hole. So what is the process here? And when should you become involved? And that right there, I feel fell through the cracks because it was no planning, no process involved in this situation. And when we were brought to the table, if it's so that we do have that's my one thing. The second thing is, we need to do another budget resolution, if that's the case. And that has to happen. Budget resolution we had, it covered just the salary. However, we need to do a budget resolution. We need to do it the right way. Not because we forgot about this, let's go over here and pull this money from whatever cost savings they have. So now we're messing up numbers. We're all over the place. Well, I'm not saying we're all over the place. Excuse me, I take that back. That's just me talking about myself. Anyway, and I leave you with that. And the next Counselor Pelham?
Yes, I totally agree, but from the city clerk's position where there's a negative for salary and benefit changes. So all these salary and benefit changes in the other areas, human resources, how will we get to know how do they apply to whose salaries can increase? And finance 300, who's getting these salary increases and benefits? And in the back page, like we added development, the treasurer, all those positions, I mean, in the court system, they requested salary and benefit changes. Are we're not obligated to approve those, are we? Cause I need to know who they're for and how to delineate what all that encumber. Commonwealth Attorney, 57,000. All those things add up. Commissioner revenue, 88,000. All those increase in our budget with just a general statement is not good for me. I like to, whatever that total is, to itemize what comes under that.
Gotcha.
I understand the sheriff and the police and public works. That's not necessary, but all these other categories, and just for my own information, what is development? How did they get into the, at the end? What's increase in salary and benefit changes? Are they hiring another person too?
No,
It says a new position.
well,
but I
that,
mean-
there was a position that y'all approved last year, so we've got some benefit and salary changes primarily associated with the
person-
new.
That was the rental inspection person that
Right.
we approved in the budget last year for her to go ahead and hire.
She had them last year, so why is it increased this year? The person worked a year, correct? So now what is the $41,000 for?
We'll break down each one of these for you, because
Yeah,
it's gonna be
because-
different for every single one of them.
All right, and did you say that we're mandated to pay 18% of all the state mandated services?
For social services,
Uh-huh.
the percentage that we pay is 18%.
For CSA,
No, DSS,
DSS,
yeah.
okay,
The comp board positions will be comp board funding, unless there is a position in a department that is not comp board funded.
it says 5% COLA for comp board position.
Right.
We have to pay that, or they pay it?
The comp board, for the comp board position, if the state puts the 5% in the budget, the state's paying for that. But we have to show a like increase in our budget. It's not a revenue issue, we will get the revenue, but we have to show the increase in our budget, but we also have increased revenue coming in.
Yeah, okay, so that's for DSS and that board,
That's
okay.
for any comp board.
Right. So that would be, comp board positions would be commissioner of revenue, treasurer, sheriff, Commonwealth attorney, and the clerk of court, circuit court clerk.
Yeah, because if we're not giving our people a raise, all these salary benefits and changes increase, I don't see why we should give them the same. If that's coming out of our budget, we should not do that. We're not giving our own people raises, how can we give constitutional officers a raise? Other than,
Well, the state would be providing the funding for their raise, not us.
oh,
It would be in the state budget,
okay, so we'll get reimbursed for that.
correct? The comp board positions where we receive funding for,
But we have to put it in the budget.
right?
We're gonna pay 18% of it.
Except for 18%, didn't let us know what that 18% is. That's another question I had. That's why I like to ask questions as you do it. It's crazy.
That's for you.
Yes,
I'll come
sir.
back.
Yes, sir.
So I've been making notes so I could try to remember how to come back to each person. So I'll finish with you, ma'am, but I'll start with Mrs. Gore, because her question is still in the air. Okay, so, well, actually, it does combine with the mayor if we're going to do things according to governmental. What you voted on as a resolution for that period of time was the dollars that was earmarked. Now we know that it wasn't fully costed out. So what would have to take place now is we would have to just calculate what the full cost would be. And then the difference is what you've already appropriated, and that's the difference, okay? so that really moves towards what the mayor was saying, to do it correctly. What is really happening at this very moment is that they're still getting paid, but that appropriation amount has not been approved unless the department for some reason or another overall has some savings in there. I'm just telling you that's the way the system works, period. But from where you all have the authority to, approve an appropriation or budget, that process for the difference, as far as I can tell, has not happened. So what we would need to do is to compute that and let you know what that is. Then the question comes in, which I think the other thing you've been asking is, where would that come from? So once we look at that number, we would have to tell you where that come from. And I'm not gonna try to be a genius at this moment. The only number I know we can tell you where that's gonna come from would be an unassigned fund balance, because we're still in 12 months of this operating fiscal year with 2 treasurers changing and 2 collections, 2 postings. And I don't need to calm down, because I can get very excited about that. So you don't know your ending of the year potential projections. And I happen to know a little bit more than I'm able to say now. So where we would have to go, we have to come back to you with that differential number for you to approve, and then at that point, it would make if we were being audited, it would make the situation appropriate. So I hope I'm not speaking out of school, I hope I'm not offending anyone, but that's the accounting of it.
Offend
the way it's
somebody,
supposed to go.
Yeah, you need to, and that's fine. I follow everything you said. Everything you said so far, I agree with.
All
But
right.
then in reality, so right now, until you do that, my concern is for the departments that do not have salary savings, because we don't even know, and they don't know either, they could be running into the hole.
Yes.
That's why I keep saying, where is the money coming from?
Right.
If we realize, we meaning staff, obviously not you, knew that this was not the right figure and it was still implemented, and then after, let's say you didn't find out until after it was implemented, which I think is what happened, fine. You saw this after it was implemented. At that point in time, someone should have said, flag on the field, this number is not right, we gotta address this, instead of letting it continue, and now we don't even know what hole has been built with this. And then we get a thing about, $1.8 million, and it's in the paper, and it's like, whoa, pause, what are you talking about? And none of these numbers match what was given to us in our presentation. You know what I'm saying? So everything you said, I agree with you. My problem is, I wanna know where it's being paid for now. And I get why you don't know the answer, so I'm not mad at you, but I feel like this shouldn't even be like a question about, we gotta go back and look at stuff. Why? It should have been looked at when you put in the tax proposal.
And my only direction on this is, I can understand that if we didn't approve the entire dollar value, right? I can understand that. But we need to do it properly, appropriately. Pulling from salary savings at the end of the year, it's kind of like, okay, now we have to close the books. And it's just tracking purposes, documentation. It helps out with the audit, it's a little cleaner. And we also have documentation here on council. Because if somebody was to go back and say, well, they approved it, well, no, it was paid this, there are gonna be questions, and that's just a lot of digging. So I just feel that there should be a process here, and I see there's something that, might be a disconnect, but we should do everything properly and document it, because people down the road, we're not gonna be here.
Exactly.
And we need to have that documentation there so someone can follow it and not be confused. Yeah, so that's the direction. I don't want to fault anybody. I know things happen. I'm looking at it a process perspective.
So what I will do, if I understand correctly, City Manager, we will, meaning finance, we will compute what we believe would be the differential, and we will submit that back to the City Manager, come to you guys, and then you can, then from there, go and vote. Now, Mrs. Gore, Councilor Gore, you know how to pull it out me, so I'm gonna let you pull it out me again. let's just take the mystery out of this. In the olden days, and some of the people that may be listeners are on the floor laughing, so what are you talking about? But in the olden days, if you didn't have budget in the payroll line item, nobody would get paid.
There you go.
But the new integrated systems now, unless you actually decide to put that control on there, doesn't hold up everybody's payroll. That was a design before I got here, and that's pretty much a Munis design. In most places that are governmental, it's rare that they would put that kind of control. It's different with a smaller company. It's different with a couple other things. So as far as the technical question you're asking is how is that happening, the system does not say, boop, no payroll for nobody. Okay, so I want to make sure that there are two questions. You're asking how with the money not being appropriate, by not being approved and appropriated. But I want to take the cloud out as if it's, we have a system in which we do not put that kind of
Check, stop in there.
to, you know, because that really would, in a certain way, if a department, for whatever reason, somebody's out sick or something, then nobody will get paid. That's been tested enough by every order that we've been in here since 14 that's fine. But I wanted to clear that up because I could hear the question, and I hope I addressed that. The second question, the second thing, coming back to the mayor, and maybe what Mr. Parton is trying to calculate, is that if Joey got the increase, let's say July 1 of 22, they were at 50K. And once you made the mid-year approval, according to the computation, they should have been at, let's say, 60K, okay? The 60K is the amount that is the July 1 number for the purpose of the budget. Okay, so that's where I'm sensing where you're saying, okay, the 1.8. So we will lay that all back out again, but that's really literally how I've had to go through and look at it. That once that was done for Joey or Sally or Sue or whatever, that's where they are now in mid-year, and that's where they will be July 1. And when you take that annualized over 12 months with all of the costs involved in that, that's how you get the 1.8. Okay.
I appreciate it. I'll wait for Council Randolph because I know others had questions. I'll come back to you, but yes.
So hopefully that. So.
Counselor Denton. Counselor Pelham, you're done, right? Counselor Denton.
Well, where are we with the state mandated balance that we have to maintain? How is that looking? The 5%?
We haven't gotten close to that, to my knowledge. We're fine. But state mandated, I think ours locally is higher on ourselves.
It normally is, but I need to know where that is. What percentage are we? Are we at 5%? Do you know, Mr. Terry Randolph?
You're talking about just the percent, not the.
Our dollar amount as well, of course. I mean, you have to do you know whether or not we're meeting that, we evaluate that criteria where we're over 5%, under 5% of our mandated state balance?
I'm going to take your counsel that I heard that I keep in a little 3x5 card. When you don't know, don't say you know. but I can't answer that. I can't. I got that.
But that's something y'all should keep in your head, right? Because I know you have to keep a lot of numbers in your head, but suppose you go down to 4%, what does that cost the city?
No, we're over 5%, man.
We are?
Yeah.
I just need to know where we are and what the amount is. Thank you.
We'll come back to you. That's what you have in your, what you call your rainy day fund.
Right. Thank you.
I have Counselor Denton, Vice Mayor Parton, and then Counselor Randolph.
Janice?
Okay. I know when you the city manager was doing the
She have a mic.
PowerPoint.
I can't hear her.
Speak in your mic.
Okay.
Ms. Pelham can't hear you.
Can you? That's about as close as I can go. Can you hear me? Okay. You mentioned that last week we voted on the real estate tax. We still have the personal property and the M&T tax that we have not approved.
Yes, ma'am.
If we bring, will that be on the agenda for this coming Tuesday night? So, because if we should change that, do we have to have a public hearing
Yeah.
in order to change that?
In order to increase personal property, business personal property, or M&T, we have to have a public hearing. So it will not be on this coming Tuesday night, because we haven't had a conversation of what you may want to increase that rate to, so we can advertise it.
Right.
So council
Should we-
has to have a discussion about what you want to do that, and then we can advertise that for a public hearing.
Okay, are we okay time-wise? Because next week will be April the 26th. If we don't discuss it at all, then we're gonna be in May. When does these rates have to?
So the critical one, as we kind of talked about last week, was real estate, because that
Right.
bill goes out. The other bills go out later in the year. So you have time, but obviously we want to make sure that whatever rate we have is in conjunction with the adoption of the budget, so we reflect the revenue for the upcoming budget year. So if council has a discussion this evening about that, then we can move forward with advertising a public hearing. I think the first meeting in May is on the 10th, because that's when we can do it.
Okay. So we really do need to discuss that tonight in order to get on the timeline.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask you again, just to clarify to me, that the school budget was 12 million, but for level funding, we will have to appropriate an additional 2 million sometime during the year?
So, their level funding request is 14 million, give or take.
I'm
Yeah,
just rounding it
it's
off.
kind of been up and down over time, and they've requested 14, 13, and then when we have our audit come in, we know that there are funds coming back from that audit every year. And then council this year, when you did the appropriation in July for the supplemental to get it to what they requested of 14 million, you requested that they provide you a line item budget accounting for 19, 20, 21, and through mid-year of 22. Each one of those closeouts of those reports that they provided had them not spending, had a surplus on average of about $2 million, including a projected surplus for the current fiscal year. So while you budget them 14 or 14 and a half, they're only spending 12 or 12 and a half of those dollars. So how we've been addressing that for the past couple of years is we budget what their expenditure is, what their actual is, and then in order to make their budget, you take the supplemental appropriation provided to them in July to give them the 14 million. So you do that because if when we adopt the budget and we adopt the budget resolution, we budget and appropriate the entire budget. So you have to have, if you're gonna keep them at what they say is level funding, you have to have that money front loaded. If we were to look at, and one of the things we could look at is budget and approving a budget, but only appropriating quarterly, because we can only appropriate to them the manner in which we appropriate to ourselves. So we couldn't appropriate all of our budget and then do them quarterly, we have to do it the same. That, what that might do is allow you to track expenditures through the year, and then at the last quarter of the year, if their expenditures look like they don't need the additional funding, then you don't appropriate all of the additional funding.
They didn't wanna do that, though.
So.
Right. Well, we couldn't do it last year because of the way that we did it initially with the budget appropriation. And so we could change it this year, but I don't think they would want it. You're probably right.
So hypothetically, I'm just saying, since for a number of years, we have seen on their reports that they have a surplus of about $2 million. So this year, we say, we're not going to fund that $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
That would help us with our deficit, with the overall budget, wouldn't it?
That would be dollars that we could bring back once so we've been budgeting the 12. To do the supplement, we've been using the money that they haven't spent, and by law, they've got to return that to us, and then we do a supplemental appropriation back to them. We could utilize that this year to help ourselves, but it would be one time because we've been budgeting the 12. But yes, if you pulled some of that back, then you could use that.
To try to plug some holes.
Yes.
Okay. So, if we need, okay, so that does the school. So if we need to do, these other taxes, if we all agree, we can't move anything tonight, no business, but if we agree to leave things as they are, we're okay. And then we come to the meeting and vote on it.
So if we assume that council decides to leave all the rates the same. So we've advertised a public hearing at the current rate. It would be a matter of council adopting another resolution or ordinance with those rates. If you want to increase any of them, then we have to have a public hearing again for that rate increase.
Thank you.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Terry wants to speak, Mayor.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, taking the notes.
And I'd like to, Mrs. Denton, since we're now talking about the school's appropriation, I think all of you know, but I want to make sure because it gets to be really, I call icky sticky. Okay, we're not following governmental GASB. We are, and I take responsibility, maybe I can do some better training or communicating. But when you appropriate the dollars to schools, that's operating. And then after, I think after 2019, ma'am, we no longer were showing operating from the city as 14, we showed 12. That's operating. And if you remember what Robinson, Farmer, and Cox talked about, the budgeting process that's being done, the level funding that school is mentioning includes the amount that we reappropriate back to them. That is still operating. If they were going to use those funds for, I would just say capital CIP or stuff like that, they would need to get approval from this council. So when you're approving it this time, what you would be approving, and you haven't done it, and it's not in that budget right now, you would be approving operating at 12. And though they're calling level, the additional 2 would have to be for capital or CIP or whatever. Because what we get into is this constant reversion according to the Commonwealth and according to particularly where schools are concerned. I've been in this position more than one time. It's uncomfortable, but it is the case. That's how I brought it up when I got here. There should be a formal at the end of every fiscal year, unspent operating dollars coming back to the city. Then the city has a choice of saying we're going to reappropriate or allow you to finish out a program. That means they have to document whatever they need to document to make that happen. It's the same mirror image that most agencies in the state of Virginia, if they don't spend a program, then it reverts back to the state. My biggest concern is that in the last documented audit report, we had budgeted the amount for the fiscal year, and their expenditure levels was around 12, and so that it showed clearly about 2 million. City manager shared the analysis that was prepared for you all, and I provided him with the analysis back. And in every case, roughly per 19, 20, and 21, and 22, according to how they have it there, their total or their level of funding is running around approximately 2 million. So what I want to make sure is that if we go forward in the future, that council considers when they appropriate money to the schools is operating, and if you have something that you want it to be capital, that it will be called just that, capital. So that the combined funding may be 14, but 12 of it you would have to designate as operating, and the other would be, they use building and bus and repairs and things like that.
Yeah.
I might be being too casual to
That's
say
supposed to be
capital.
gone.
But that's important, because right now, with where they are now, with the 2.3, I believe it was, that we did this time, what Mrs. Denton is saying, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but what she's saying, I want to make sure everybody understands that if that money is brought back to the city, then those are funds that would have to be recorded on the city's books, no longer on the school's book. And like Mayor Bennett mentioned, and you too, Ms. Gore, that would have to be a formal process that you're bringing it back, and then you do the resolution saying to be recorded on the city, and then from there, that would have to be utilized to balance the budget, any dollars or whatever. So I just want to try to give a complete picture and a little bit more clarification, and also, I guess, help out on how come the auditor felt that the budgeting from school sides was not kosher.
Point of
Okay.
information, Madam Mayor. But I thought we said last year that the bus, I saw it's $47,000 there now. And I thought we had determined that should be done away with, because that's where they were placing this money that they were supposedly saving. So why do we still have a line item with bus and barn?
That was gonna be my question.
Anyway, and if you say we need to do that, that's mandated by the state, I would imagine, that the money's supposed to come back. Why didn't we do that last year? We didn't do that last year, if that's a state requirement, that we do that formally, you just said. Why didn't we do that last fiscal year? In June, before we approved the budget?
So last year, you did a supplemental appropriation of those funds back to schools.
We did do that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
that's my question.
That's-
So we have to do that every year henceforth. It sounded like you was talking, we had not done that. Okay, so we did do that.
So just to answer your question about building and bus,
Yes,
that is their capital area, so that's what they call it.
okay.
And they've requested $47,000 in that area, so they haven't been
Well,
keeping.
they need to rename him.
Yeah.
Because that is a history of a savings account for unreturned money. So let's change the name so that old folks like me who's been here too long
Yeah,
won't
you
won't
twitch
get
it, you
confused.
start twitching a little bit when
Yeah,
you hear
get
that, I
confused.
understand.
Get confused.
I understand.
Okay.
Mr. Palmer, I didn't mean to make it twitch. I was just simply saying.
Oh, no. No, it just,
After FY19 budget, when we proposed that was the last time we proposed 14 million.
yes,
From there, we've done 12, which is operating.
right.
But they get the benefit of that by simply when we reappropriate the supplemental, and on their side, they call it the bus and whatever,
We'll
but
call,
on the outside,
call
we
him
don't
somewhere
recognize
else,
that.
yeah.
We don't recognize that.
Rename him. Thank you.
Stay there, because it's my turn now.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have a couple of things I need to ask you, but that said, I was the only person that did not vote for the school budget last year, and for these exact reasons. I could not condone, the continual, over budgeting of funds from them. Do we know what the 47,000 in capital is for?
Not specifically, they didn't provide that information.
Okay, should they not be providing that information to us?
Yeah, it's somewhere in their budget, I'm sure.
No, we attended that meeting, and I don't believe that I remember anything for $47,000. But I could be wrong, okay? So that night, what I had asked for was additional information from the schools to see what we could understand, what they were looking for. I will say this, we as a council try very hard, all of us do, to spend money wisely, I feel, in these budgets. But it seems that each and every time that we do supplemental appropriations outside of our main budget, we end up not seeing the full ramifications of what that does to us. And so I would suggest that we look hard and long at doing supplemental budgeting outside of where we're going to spend. I know it's impossible sometimes not to do it, but we've got to remember that when we do these supplementals, we got to figure out how to pay for it. And that brings me to the other piece that I've said several times, is that we've got to figure out where to get more revenue. We know how to spend. We just are not getting the revenues in that we need. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Terry. For the step increases that we've talked about on the side of our supplemental for salary increases, and then we were going to get into step increases. Those step increases are not due to start until the 1st of July, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
No? So,
This budget, let me clarify.
okay,
What you voted for is one thing, so I
Right.
can't supersede council, so you can say yes.
okay,
This budget does not reflect that.
okay. So the budget that we have in front of us does not reflect any kind of step increase for '23, correct? So with the deficit that we have here right now, if we're going to move forward with the step increases as we anticipated, we're going to be in a bigger
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yes.
hole.
He said it was double at the last
Right.
meeting.
Yeah.
So as a council, do we want to look at putting off a step increase by 1 year? They've still got the increase, but we don't have any way to pay for this, at least that I know of right now, for the step increases.
I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm not being funny. So I'm
No,
following
no,
you.
I understand.
At the last meeting, they said that this did not include the first step, which is why myself, and I will add Council Vice Mayor Park into this if he wants to or not, are hysterical about this 1.8, because we're like, that doesn't include the step, what the
Right.
heck, right? So is your question talking about going past this year? Because it's already not in this year. That's what I'm trying to
No,
clarify.
we had anticipated that the first step would come in '23. Did we not?
Well, that was, the presentation was to do a step.
Right.
The recommended budget
Right,
does
did
not
not
include
include it.
that step.
Well, I want to
because
make sure that everybody's clear on that, and that's
How can
because the
it not
departments are probably not going to be clear on that.
How can it
Well,
not?
they need to.
But we're,
Somebody
but
needs to
we're
tell
all
us.
clear
Clear up a lot.
that we're not going to be able to do a step this budget year coming up.
But
It's
y'all-
not included in this, and if we do it, we don't have another deficit we're not going to be able to pay
I know,
for.
but we
Truthfully-
as a council said we approved that in December.
Yes, we did.
Everybody.
But that's why I'm
That's
bringing
your
it up,
word.
so we
I
as a
know.
council
But-
can talk about it and understand.
True, but here, I
I'm
get what
not
you're saying,
changing it. Y'all
but
should've
I would
changed
say that it was already addressed at the last meeting. Nobody asked that question when it was presented to say, hold, pump the brakes, we gotta do the first step. So, it's already out in the atmosphere. My other response to that, and I promise you, I'm not trying to be funny.
Nope,
or I'm
don't
not trying
think
to be
you are.
nasty, whatever. My honest opinion is, people should be happy that we're not stopping the current step that they got right now.
Right.
Because in any other organization that operates effectively and efficiently, this current raise they got right now would be stopped
Well,
until we
and-
figured out what exactly
here's what I'm gonna
is being
say.
done. Because if I feel like I voted for something that is not correct.
And I gotcha, and
You see
I
what I'm saying?
understand
So
that,
like
but I look at it a little differently than I think some of you all do. My responsibility, if I'm gonna vote on something and pass it, is to make sure of what I'm voting on, so I take part of that blame as a council.
I can't.
You all can do that or not, that's your own prerogative. I take that as part of my responsibility.
But you-
If I'm gonna vote this much money and make sure of something, then I need to damn well ask the right questions. That's just how I look at it. That, I'm not putting any onus on you all, you can look at it how you want, but that's my personal way of looking at it. I should have asked the right questions. Yes, it should have been given to me properly, but I should have had enough wherewithal to also ask the right questions and make sure. So I will take that responsibility as well. But what we're saying is, we're gonna give them the initial increase, and this is not gonna include a step. So we're going to, I think I heard everybody on council say, they're okay with us not doing the next step in '23 because we can't afford it? Is that something that everybody's aware of, that we're not gonna be able to do?
I'm just finding that out right now. That's my negligence.
Okay, and are you okay with us not doing the step? We're gonna give them the increase?
I'm not okay with saying anything until there's a budget work session about these raises.
Well,
Okay,
my only point of information is to properly say, this is just process. If we voted on it and we took action and it's placed, we need to come back and do an amendment to that. Okay, because we have to document these things appropriately, and that way that, we do it here.
Right.
And then when the police officers are looking for their step increases, not there, it's like, oh, you didn't know?
Right.
You didn't know? That's not
okay,
how we
well,
do things.
then I'll finish by saying this. Would Mr. City Manager, Mr. Terry, would you all both then, since it's not in the current budget, please look at the step increase that we had promised and voted on and told these people they were gonna get for this upcoming budget. Tell us how much additional that's going to be and tell us where that could come from. Then we'll have that information hopefully for the next meeting. And we will have to decide at that point whether we can afford it and where it's gonna come from, right?
We get away full of from. No new revenues. We know the revenues coming in. What is
Okay,
that?
so,
Unassigned, what do you call
so
it?
that was a place that I wanted to just ask to
So
make
you-
sure I was clear on what was voted on versus what was in here, because it wasn't.
So is there a
Okay,
consensus to move forward with what Counselor Randolph is asking?
We know it.
Can you restate that, Counselor Randolph? So that we
to
know.
have Mr. City Manager and Mr. Terry to please come forward with the amount that the step increases would increase our budget, and if, and
For
when
just
we
the
do
police?
that, where, no, for everybody. I
Okay,
mean,
so just tell us everything,
It's
so that
for-
we're not just.
It's for all the police, fire, public works, and sheriff's department. All four of those departments, public works, we didn't do a step increase, did we? Or did we?
And can
I
you
couldn't
add all
remember.
these other people that says salary increases too? From the city clerk all the way down to the treasurer?
No, because those are comp board increases, so
Oh,
they
that's
may
right.
not
I
include
mean,
anything for
what
us.
does the city have to pay? Anything that the city has to pay for salary increases?
I thought you'd already asked that, I'm
I
sorry.
know, I'm saying,
Yeah, he's-
is there any money from our operating budget that we have to pay for salary increases other than those four departments? Are there? Is there?
So
That we have to pay and not get reimbursed for?
DSS, is good.
We getting that money back, you say?
Not all of it.
See, that- so that would be
responsible.
included,
Yeah, we're responsible for the 18%.
18%, yeah, whatever we have to pay and don't get reimbursed for. 'Cause that's a true.
Did I give you enough?
That's a true.
You got
Yeah,
enough?
that detail is great, and I
Okay.
just wanna let council know, whatever comes back, the next step that we take, if we have to do an amendment, keep that in mind. when we get that, all that information back.
There's one last thing that I'm gonna ask for, and that is, we have been looking at in our audits, after we do the audit, there is an amount that we usually give back to the schools, and I think that this year in 19, we're scheduled to finish at least 19 this year. We should start looking at not giving back that amount and put it towards our budget at this point, because we're in a situation where we need it. And we've got to get straight with schools, and hopefully with the new Munis system, and they're having a little extra spending. This might be a time where we could figure out how we do that with them, what's appropriate, what's not, and how we go about that, rather than just automatically giving and then reappropriating. I don't want to slight them, but I also don't want them to over budget every year just to be safe. We don't have the money to do that anymore. So that's just my suggestion. I'm through, thank you.
It was Vice Mayor Parton, but Councilor Gore had a question until Vice Mayor comes back.
I do have some questions, but I just want to say, like, I've been trying to choose my words wisely, but it's been very hard because for the staff watching this and people who are going to talk after council meeting, they always talk the next day, it's going to come back that we are doing something with their salary raises, and that is not the case.
So just to clarify, I've already indicated to the department heads of those departments that it's my recommendation. It was my recommendation as part of we had that discussion at the tax rate, that it was my recommendation not to move forward with the step in order to make sure we could have a more closely balanced budget.
Okay.
So I've already informed the department heads of that, and I've indicated to those department heads if they have any employees that have any concerns, that I'm happy to talk to them.
Okay.
Send it to
So
an
you've already
email.
told all the departments that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was
Well,
my,
Okay.
when the proposed budget went out, and
He
we had
said
the tax
But
discussion.
it wasn't in there.
The tax rate discussion, which we knew, I mean, we knew
Send
going
an
in that we
email.
weren't gonna increase the tax rate 15 cent. Realistically, that step couldn't happen. So I already informed them and said, look, this is what my recommendation is to council. So council adopts the budget, they can do what they want, but this is my recommendation. So I've covered that for y'all already. The city manager's recommendation was to not do the step.
Can you
So-
send in the email to the department heads and the city council?
I didn't do an email, but,
Why?
well, I have a department head meeting, and I sat with all the department heads and said,
Send it to all of us together, so we
Okay.
just put it in our budget information.
Well, I appreciate that. The point I was trying to
Still will be-
get to is, although I appreciate that, the biggest thing is even these conversations, people are gonna
Don't
say,
matter.
council is trying to go back on the raises. And
Yeah.
listening to some of the comments made, one can project that it's our fault that we're in this situation when that is entirely not the case.
Well,
We're
at
not
least you're
here
not
to
running.
hold, huh?
At least you're not running right now. The rest of
True.
us that are
Well,
gonna get.
stop.
But you know, I mean, when I say this, I don't mean disrespect, I'm just being frank. We're not here to, we can't handhold people, right? So when we are presented something, the basic understanding is that it has been vetted. So there is no excuse why the finance director was not included, especially if, even when it comes to contracts, we have cried over saying, make sure the city attorney is looking over them. I don't understand how that basic understanding does not apply to the second highest person in our admin, which is the finance director, because we don't have this as city manager. But, so that's one point. Second point is, we shouldn't need to be asking, is benefits, VRS, and all this other stuff including your number? Because as it was said before at the last meeting, it is understood that when we are given information about potential positions, those costs are calculated. that is understood. So we don't need to ask, has this been calculated? So by default, no one would ask, hey, did you calculate all your numbers for your presentation? So when we look at this, we get the presentation, we had months before we made a decision. It's not on us to not ask questions that we shouldn't have needed to ask, because it's understood that it would be done. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't fall on us. That does not fall on us. The questions that we asked were, where's the money coming from? Who does this apply to? How did you come up with these rationales? That is our decision-making process, not to get down to, did you count this penny, that penny? Because every other time when myself and others up here do that, we're told we're not letting staff do their jobs. We're being mean to staff. So when you take them at face value to say, you are the expert, you have vetted this, you give me a presentation, I shouldn't have to ask you, did you really count every penny? So that's what I'm trying to say when I relate that. I asked the right questions that I should have asked at my level. Where is this coming from? How did you come with this average? What positions? Because again, it's understood every time we have a position, it is calculating those costs. Understood. So what I'm trying to relay is, I think in any other government or any other business organization, with this coming to light, most people would say, hold the press. We got to figure out what's going on with this. But yet we're not doing that here. And if anything, it's being put on us like we did something wrong, and we did not. And that's what I'm saying. We're lucky we're not having these conversations, because truthfully, this will be you'd be on admin leave or fire type of a situation as far as I'm concerned. Because there is no excuse for these numbers to double what we voted on. So when I make this vote and I'm thinking I'm supporting raises, and this is how much it costs for us to implement these raises, then I find out months later, oh, surprise, that wasn't the real number. And no one can tell me how the difference is being paid for right now. But yet it was advertised in the paper for a 15-cent tax increase that says, because of council raising salaries, this is put it on us in the paper. Like, come on. And then we gotta be told we gotta look for stuff. I don't understand why I'm the only person that feels like this is like a problem. Or, this was anywhere else, this would not fly. And it wouldn't be on us if there was a pause, and I'm not recommending that, but what I'm saying is, people are lucky that that isn't the case, because I can't see where anywhere else that wouldn't be the case. And there will be separations or admin leaves until we figure out what the heck happened. So that's all I'm saying. To everyone, this is not on us whatsoever. We supported it because we thought it was the right thing to do. Matter of fact, we added for other departments to be included because we wanted to support the departments. How this math pans out and stuff like that is not on us. And we shouldn't be put the blame on whatsoever. And truthfully, the fact that, nothing more is happening off of this is crazy to me, because again, the question still is, how is it getting paid right now? And we're talking about a hole. We got another hole potentially that's already growing. So I wanted to ask Mr. Terry, I know Mr. Vice Mayor Parton, I asked him to look at the comparison for salaries, because I don't know what other members of council, I know I have received calls about these raises well before this meeting. And people were up in arms about how come people are getting so much more. Same thing, the departments, and I was expecting to have more clarification. We had these budget work sessions. And when I got calls from staff, I said, nope, that can't be right. Council voted for this. I pulled the resolution, which is another reason why I'm irritated. Because I went to what we adopted, which clearly doesn't match. So when you tell staff, no, well, this is what we did, and it ain't what we did. So now I'm hearing people say, one person's making $50,000 before, now they're making 90. This person making this, now they're making, and again, you can't compare what people make. I understand that. But the point is, what truly was this raise? That's my concern. And I asked for Council Vice Mayor Parton to pull the numbers, because if in fact people are getting $20,000, $30,000 raises,
Okay, point of
How is that
information.
how is that realistic for us to do? Huh?
I have a point of information, but I'm gonna let, you guys, everyone pass. I'm not clear.
Well, I'm trying to
What
get
is
to
it? Who, I'm gonna ask later. Continue.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I don't understand
I'm
it.
hearing that, and I've heard it repeatedly, and I was expecting to get more clarification during the work sessions. But instead,
Who is
what
getting-
multiple staff members. But instead, what I'm hearing at the work sessions, in fact, stuff that might actually prove what they're saying is correct. And so I asked for Vice Mayor Parton to ask for a list of our salaries that we got for staff who were getting paid prior to this raise increase and what they're getting now, so we can truly see the impact. Have you got a response for that yet?
Well, I think that that's what Mr. Altman's email is here. I mean,
I'm saying like the actual line items, like the actual positions, like we used to get that, well, she's gone, but Zeph Gold used to ask for it, then Pelham started asking for it. We used to see the salaries of every employee. We can get that in an Excel sheet. You don't have to have their name, get their top position. Compare
well,
that to
that would
what
have
it
to be
is
something
now,
we'd have to, Mr. Altman, could you send that out to us in an email?
We
to
pull-
see
pull
if
the
that's
data.
true.
Okay.
Because
You
if
wanna see everybody's salaries?
the departments that got the raises, yes, I do. I mean, you're laughing, but people get $50,000 raise, and then you're talking about do
How
a
does
step
anybody know
increase.
somebody's gotten a $50,000
Because that
raise?
doesn't match what we voted on. That's the part I'm trying to get you to see.
I see what happened,
Then, I'm
and
not.
just because we have a
Well, I
difference
didn't
on
ask
who's
you a question.
responsible.
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I try to answer your question. I'm not trying to debate you.
Yeah,
You
I
asked
got
me a
it.
question. Yes, I do want to see. And clearly, I think that there's justification to ask for that information given the situation that we're in. And so, the comparison from before the raise and after the raise for the departments in question. And then, Mr. Terry, I was asking at the last meeting for the actual, revenue projections. And that booklet, can you point me to where, cause like I put a table in an email. I don't know if
Can I
that's
pause for a minute?
Huh?
Is there a majority for a consensus on what Counselor Gore is requesting from staff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in favor, because I mean, I've started having people call me saying the exact same thing. There was somebody, and again, it could just be the rumor mill.
What is the?
But I mean, if we have somebody that's saying, well, employee A was making $50,000 before the raise, and now they're making 90 or 100,000, or even one person, they're making more now than the department head. I don't know if things are just being entered in wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
It's not
so
right.
let's not jump to conclusions. The question, your detailed, request, can you please state that? So that staff understands exactly what you are requesting.
Okay. A list of positions and salaries prior to the raise implementation for the 4 departments that received raises, and the same list for what the amount of salary is now. And I know we can get that because you walked away. I said Counselor Pelham has always asked that with Counselor Zepko, so I know we can get it, and it doesn't have to have their name, it just has their position.
It can have a name too.
No, we don't want that.
I do.
No,
I don't want
that's
it.
not
I just want
required.
it.
Sorry, no.
That's not,
Well, I'm telling you what I want, and we've had it that way.
the
They've
majority,
listed-
okay.
They've given it to us before. The employees, it's public
I mean, it's
information.
public information, but I don't particularly want it.
For what what the request is not to identify who, is to identify what
That's right.
the increases
Okay,
are.
so was
So
the
we're-
title, was
so
it, you have
is
to
the
put the
majority-
title?
Is the majority in
Yeah,
favor of asking for this, just no names?
The title of the position, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you want to
My
ask?
last question was, I
Are
was
you-
asking Mr. Terry, I sent the chart today, but I don't think it went through to you. In terms of the revenue, I see the real estate, I see, is the perpetual care fund again for the fire? Is that the one we started with the fire department with, Mr. Hunter and try to get the extra position to do the Medicaid? Is that what it is? Is that recovery for care?
Well, so there's
keep
fund you're
forgetting
talking
which
about,
one
you,
is it.
you did that for, well, there's an EMS cost recovery, but there's
Cost
also,
recovery.
there's also a fund that y'all started for,
The cemeteries,
well, that's perpetual care.
right, okay.
Yeah, perpetual care is the cemetery, but
Okay.
you did start something to where, funds at the end of the year could go towards, vehicle, like fire trucks in the
Right.
future. Yeah.
So
But
the-
perpetual
the-
care, to answer your question specifically,
Right, no,
is the cemetery.
you're right, so the cost recovery for fire department, where is that at in this Munis booklet that you gave us? I wanna see if they're picking up dollars, cause I can't identify it.
Look in the
Mr. Terry, it's in this booklet,
fire,
cause we created a whole position to collect money, I just wanna see. if
oh,
it's there.
you're talking about the,
Fire, Medicaid.
well, but you're talking, so you're not talking about the funding at the end of the year that they get to keep to go towards trucks, you're just talking about EMS cost recovery.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can just tell me what page it is, and then I'll look at it, but I can't find it, and then the other part, what I was looking at, Mr. Terry, in this booklet that we have, what page is the revenue on for meals, lodging, and sales? Because I see real estate tax, I see personal property, I don't see those three in here, I see M&T, but where is meals, lodging, and sales?
We don't itemize that out like that.
But where would they be cap, is it under miscellaneous?
No. Under,
Well, you have revenue composition and have it broken down into different types of part. Can't you put a number beside each one of those
Yeah, like where,
descriptors?
but wait,
where are you?
well, I don't know, but can we, what page are you on to answer my question first?
I'm on no page now.
Okay.
You say they don't do it.
So for the Munis report out, it has page numbers at the bottom of the Munis report out we have in our booklet.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to ask him to see which one. Cause it's supposed to be the revenue, so I'm trying to find where it's at.
Jay. Why can't you just put a number between?
Wish I could do
Revenue,
that.
use the number.
I wish there was a control F feature on these.
So why you can't put
I was trying to hit it, it's not working.
You can ask him, but I just wanted to start tracking that.
Can we just find it for you and send you what page numbers it's on?
But I asked for
He
it
said he
earlier.
doesn't do it that way. He does, it's the rev,
So what were you asking for, again, this is for meal,
Sales and lodging.
okay.
Okay, you could tell me and if it's lumped together, can we break it out then?
EMS recovery, right?
Yes.
Cost recovery, meals, sales, and lodging, the same way it is in Munis with the prior years and the actual, because I want to see the actual. And we can go back to 2019. And and my last question is, did the treasurer request that position in the budget? Who asked for that position? Because we don't have anything from her office either, asking for a new person.
Who is this now?
The treasurer's office.
The treasurer's office?
Yeah, on here on the screen, it has it 139, and it said it was a position. Who asked for that?
Okay, that's, I proposed that to the treasurer, and so I accept the responsibility to be one who asked for it, but the reconciliation resides within the office of the treasurer. For us to get out of the hole that we need a full-time recon.
So their staff is not, they don't have enough manpower to do it now?
what they did in the last 4 years.
No, well.
I just have to say, Counselor Randolph did have something to say. I don't know if it was on this, but there are questions for here. I'm just gonna say this. I want to say something.
No, I'm fine,
Go
that's
ahead.
one question.
I
See what it is.
understand that I do not, if there is a position that's required because of, there's something lacking, is that position required in the treasurer's office?
Yes,
It's required,
well, required
Can
from
it-
my standpoint.
required from your standpoint.
Yeah.
Can that position be in your office?
No,
Okay, that's all I needed to ask. Go ahead. Counselor Pelham, if you have a
So
question
what
for
y'all,
this.
so what happened in the last 4 years? We didn't need it, now we need it.
Mrs. Pelham, if you look at where we are right now,
Yeah.
what the auditor just said, cash was the reason, because it was not reconciled.
Yeah, but you do that 4 years
So
ago.
is the cash still not being reconciled
You
right
say
now?
that every year,
And I
every
can tell you,
year.
and I can tell you right now, that's what we have a unity going on between school and us now, but I thought for certain that 19 was done, and 19 was not done.
Ooh, for us?
For
Pause.
the
Hi.
city,
For,
as well
for
as
the treasurer's office?
Let's not get off track,
reconciliation?
not get off track. We have a few things that we
come
have
back
to.
to
so I just answered the
Okay,
question.
that's a
I
good-
proposed it.
Okay, yeah, that's a great idea, but we don't wanna get off track, we wanna keep it towards the budget, we'll discuss these changes. Counselor Pelham, did you have a question?
Yeah,
Keep that one.
and the
I'll wait
page
till the
that
end.
said,
Okay.
what she requested about the monies, with the revenue composition that you gave her for use of money, would that include all those items too, where you put revenue beside each category? It doesn't have a number. I'm just asking, would that include what you're gonna give us?
What I was trying to say is, and what he gave us, I can't identify where those three things are. I can't see them on the report. I don't see where they're listed.
You don't see it in the revenue section
Right.
specifically, so what we need to go in is make sure we find the correct page and line, because the report is current year 22, 21, 20, and 19, so it goes back
Right.
that far. We just need to find the correct page number for you to look at, is what you're looking for.
Right, and so that's what I'm trying to tell her.
Yeah.
And so that means, I
just
guess
go
what her question is, whatever else is not like that, can you add that?
No, never mind.
No, okay.
Just so that, I mean, I know I was taking down names, but I feel as if I'm taking down names and we're passing the questions over. So, if we can be respectful of one another and just, wait till somebody's done and then somebody can chime in. We'll go that way. Counselor Pelham, did you want to finish?
I'll finish.
All right, Counselor Randolph, and poor Vice Mayor Parton.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry, I've passed him over
Let
4
him-
times.
He hasn't asked the question, let him go ahead.
They're gonna all be answered by the time we get to
Yes,
that.
go ahead.
I think, well, one of them was already answered. Counselor Gore asked about the meal sales and lodging. On the table, it says other taxes. Can you give us a breakdown of what those are? I know that they're probably all like minor things, but
What page are you
if
on?
you could, it's on the, you go in the binder, it's under the revenue tab, the blue revenue tab, and I think it's page 5.
Okay.
So that's, 2, 3,
Everyone
4,
turn
5.
your
You just wanna know on, is it 5 or is it 9? It just says other taxes undefined.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the sheet that says it says,
Oh, you're looking at the, like the resolution piece.
yeah, like the
okay.
revenues.
I got
He's
you.
looking at the
Yeah.
actual one.
So you wanna break down,
Yeah, what the other taxes are.
so other taxes, if you go into page 9 of your revenue munis report, get into this
Yeah.
piece here. John, sorry, Mr. Parton.
You're fine.
This right here. The,
Oh, that one.
yeah, once you go, so if you go to page 9 of that first section, it says other taxes undefined division, and it goes through
Okay.
local sales tax, consumption, utility, electrical, consumption, gas, utility water, communications, business license relief, vehicle license. So those are, and we can tell you what those are specifically, get rid of the acronym.
Well, no, that's fine, because the next one that was gonna be, after I asked that, was where were the utility taxes? So,
Right there.
but no, that's good. No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I like that you guys did, take our comments last time to make sure that every line item had a name attached to it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Are you done?
Well, I don't mean to just beat a dead horse on the salary stuff, but
So-
I think I need to just make an appointment with you.
Okay.
And you know, for full disclosure to council, you know, I'll just send out notes on how I was calculating stuff, but I'm just, and maybe my math is just totally way off. But when you go and you add all the dollar amounts up, I get the 1.8 that's in your presentation. But if it's based off of an increase of 2.5%, if you rework the equation backwards, it comes up with a really high operating number, which I know is totally off, and that's why I think it's probably better that I go and just sit with you and go through this, because
I am sure your employer will allow you time off to come talk to me.
Yeah, you're right.
and then
Without pay.
yeah. And then the other one, it kind of goes back to the email that you sent, and I just again you're kind of looking at math. I'm just coming up with just different numbers that just aren't consistent. So I think it's.
All right, yeah,
I'll just get
come
with
on
you
in.
tomorrow after work.
Done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, still on, because I think it's my turn now. My question now is this. You apparently already took into consideration that we didn't pass the real estate tax increase as proposed. And so you offset that with the department heads of the departments that were supposed to get raises and step increases, and said that may not happen. Were there any other places that you made adjustments or are thinking about making adjustments that would offset costs in this budget that we have in front of us today?
one, I wanted to get everyone an opportunity to look at it and see where you think you might want to make some
Okay,
adjustments. I know
so you're looking for that from us?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You know, I
So-
know that in the past, we've had conversations around outside agencies.
Right.
Those, I'd like to hear from council if there's a desire to do anything there, certainly, so.
Okay, so the next meeting is on the 26th?
Council meeting, the next
No, the next budget meeting is the
third.
3rd. So we need to get those proposed potential cost
Yes.
savings to you by then?
Actually, what is next week?
Third is after
I'm
the
sorry to
20th.
ask Counselor Randolph to repeat that. I was in another.
Just
So,
second
yeah,
round.
we have a regular council meeting on the 26th.
That's next Tuesday.
So
The
then-
Tuesday after that is the budget meeting.
Yeah, you're
Right.
correct, the 3rd.
So when
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
need it by?
As soon as you can get them to me.
Okay,
What
so
does he need?
we're going to look at the budget in front of us. I asked our city manager if he had taken into consideration any other potential budget cuts when we voted last week not to increase the real estate tax. He said, no, he wants us to do
I
that
want
and
you to look at it.
look at it and potentially mention where we
So-
think we could cut and send those to him so that we can be
do it
ready
in
by
our
the
budget?
next budget.
Overall.
In the-
Counselor Pelham today emailed and asked about
Right,
travel.
right.
All of
Because we don't
that,
have any
all of
money
that
in our
together.
budget.
No, not council's budget.
Not our budget, we have nothing, yeah.
I mean, if you take away the
We're dead.
popcorn, it's on.
That's right. No,
No.
the overall budget that he's got in front of us, we need to take a look at it and see where we think
where-
we could potentially cut, because we're still 2 million short.
I cut in this budget?
Yep.
Okay, I know that what you're saying, and I really appreciate that. However, I'm under the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the finance manager and the city manager get together with the staff, and they streamline what is needed and what's not needed.
I'm good with that.
Right? So then they come up to it, and then they have the revenue, they have a table of people that sit at the table. I seen it here somewhere.
Right.
Like I said, I don't have Control F. And they make their recommendations. The city manager and the finance manager streamline and see where they can cut. They bring it to us and say, this is what it's gonna look like. Now, we're gonna do another check
Yeah.
behind and tell them exactly where they're gonna cut some more.
there's specific
I'm
places.
confused. I'm not qualified enough to say where we're gonna
Yes,
cut
you
some
are.
more. I don't know what because let's say, we're saying right now, there is a need, let's say, okay, you know what? I don't think the circuit court clerk needs this.
Right.
Right? They just need to go ahead and deal with whatever they're dealing with.
Right.
And we're gonna cut, I don't know the need of the departments.
And that's
I
fine.
don't know what the need is to continue operation. I don't talk to them.
Right.
We're here. It's the city manager, and the city manager directs the staff.
How about this, we compromise, because I like your suggestion.
I know, but I'm just
And
saying what I'm
the
saying.
Yeah, the expectation is that they do it as well, but if anybody here wants to or has suggestions that we'd like to talk with the city manager about, we go ahead and do that too, before the next meeting.
Okay, that's on you guys, but however, I am lying my trust.
Yep,
So like I said, Mrs. Pelham has asked for some numbers. I know for me, if there's thoughts about outside agencies, that would be good for council input.
We didn't even have the president, we've been asking for.
My button is on.
Okay.
We have one.
okay, so we're all going to agree that if we want to send in requests or potential areas of cut, we can, but the expectation is also gonna be on you two, that you two will get together in the next 2 weeks and look at how to lean and mean this budget up.
Yes, sir.
You better not tell me no.
I would
We
like-
need you to.
I would like
I want you to
but
give us all the
technically-
options of what we're asking.
Yeah.
I would like to, but that would not be appropriate. I'm saying technically, you're not technically correct.
Okay,
The mayor is technically correct.
okay,
And here's what the issue is. The budget was when the city manager sent out the request to all departments, the instruction was to come back with a level budget
Right.
of 22 from fiscal, of 21, so
Right.
like 21 will be 2. The only difference now in this budget, if we did not have, in this 4 departments, that represents 30% of the workforce,
right,
that's that $2 million, that $1.8 million delta.
right,
Okay, so what we have already done is look at the level budgets, and we've gone through and we did put in here where departments was asking for different new positions. None of that stuff is in here. So we have actually done that work, and it was based on, first of all, saying to departments, do not submit anything that's not level. If you do, you have to justify it.
Okay.
And once we got that in, we looked at them. I talked to him about it. He actually met with every department head. I don't know whether you all know that. I couldn't even get to him. He didn't even answer my phone.
So
But
what
he
we're,
met with
so the
everyone.
expectation that we've just put on y'all is already done.
It's done.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's great. Now we can see that in
You
2
can be a
weeks, and
leader,
if we
make a
have some
decision to
extra.
veto. That's what you need to do.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
And I think what he's talking about is we looked at it in developing the budget. We haven't done the cut work you're talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about just going back in.
Yeah.
Okay,
What? What were you
well,
talking
isn't that
about?
a decision
'Cause
that
we
should be
need a
had
budget that's $2
between
million
you and your
less.
departments? If there's a cut that needs to happen, I would assume that Mr. City Manager would go back to his departments and see where he can cut, or what they need and what they don't need.
Right.
You know, identify where the need lies and what, you know, I am not here on daily day. I can't tell one, it's not fair for me to say, well, you know what, this department, I don't know. I don't know. But Mr. City Manager, when will you be getting with your departments?
We've got a budget work session in 2 weeks, so we've got to.
Do it before then. He's gotta bring to us something that's gonna give us some meat
So
to
we're
work
asking
with.
for him to streamline to make this 1.8 work. Is that what we're asking? To cut things so we can
Yep.
make this 1.8 work?
I'm
Pretty
gonna be-
much.
I'm gonna be a deal breaker here so that you can at least, because I'm thinking about Mrs. Gore.
Is it showing?
she-
Is it showing?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like melting
She's
in
like
the
my
chair.
Charlene Monk.
He's a what?
I do want you to understand that the $2 million comes from 4 departments. So in the cutting that we're doing, we're asking other departments to bear that burden. And those other departments represents 7% of the workforce that did not get a mid-year or step increase. So that you don't be getting phone calls saying
Yeah,
they were unfairly treated.
yep.
So if he
You
goes
will.
back in and do that, you're going to be hitting departments that literally have nothing there, and we know that.
Yes. Because some people have decided they know what somebody else is getting.
Okay,
And
so.
we're gonna get that information too.
So four units is the increase we now have in the budget. If that wasn't there, you wouldn't be talking about a $1.8
That's
million
right.
delta. So if we're gonna cut, then you're asking us to have the other departments, the other 70% that didn't get anything, to bear the burden of that. And on the resolve on that is that the comp study at some point will close the gap, but that's not immediate. So I think it would be remiss, because I heard Mrs. Core very clearly, and I heard you, Mayor, very clearly. You need to understand that that's what you're asking,
Right.
and I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure.
But
this
we
time you
don't
heard.
want to go back on our word, is what I've heard this group say. And I understand that, but if we didn't look at it, and we still, even with the benefits not added in, we don't have enough money to do those raises. Okay? So whether it was appropriately quoted to us or not, we still don't have the money. So we can either be going back on our word and telling these departments that they're gonna have to wait, put some on hold. We're gonna have to figure it out somehow, because we don't have the money. So we either go back on our word, which God forbid we'd have to do that, but if we don't have the money and we didn't realize it, then we don't have the money. I mean, I will stand up and, take the blame, but not much else I can do. Yes, sir.
Okay, I keep getting myself in trouble.
Go ahead, you're just in trouble tonight anyway.
No, I think my role is again to advise.
Yes, sir, it is.
I have not heard the city manager indicate, but I know it's in the original letter he sent out, is that there are other things that we can be looking at. One of them was what Mrs. Denton had mentioned. You said it in
Right.
another way, to
Right.
plug the budget.
Right.
The other one was basically the revenue recovery that we have, that we got in from ARPA, roughly 9 million. We actually calculated in 2020 and 21, that we had a revenue shortfall due to COVID of 3.2 million. And they call it a revenue shortage. And then they changed the rules recently to where if you wanted to pull the trigger, you could go up to 10 million. So the side of this discussion is, again, I didn't want to leave it hanging in the air that we don't have other options to look at.
Right.
But the problem I have is, and this is the passion in me, is I just know the departments that don't have anything to cut.
Right.
And at least if they have heard one voice from administration saying, when they're asked to do that, someone did advocate it.
Right.
But I'm not being fair to you when I'm saying, okay, just remember, it's 4 units that went there. We have some proposal about how to get that done. And if that's still not acceptable, then it comes down to where you're saying that you just have to do something right.
Well, and yes, I understand that, and we do have options. I understand that too, and I think council does too, because Councilor Gore said earlier, we can use this fund and this fund, but it gives us a temporary 1-year resolve. That's not helping us to do more than a 1-year fix.
Point of order, what funds are you talking about? I said,
Talking about the ARPA
Oh,
money.
yeah.
I said not to.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
Yes,
Oh,
I know
okay.
you did. And your, part of your reasoning was that just gives us a temporary
Right,
fix,
right.
and that's what I'm repeating.
Yeah.
Because, yes, we have that option, but then we gotta figure out how we're gonna make more money or do something for
Right.
next year.
Okay, so here's the problem with.
You gonna wave your wand?
A large meeting like this, instead of committee meeting, again, city manager shut me down when it needs to be. We don't have complete thought process. There is another step that he has not been able to present to you.
Okay,
Okay, so yeah, this is a one-time deal to shut this down and to fulfill the commitment that you all did.
Correct.
That's fine. I looked at it as an opportunity, how we overcome it. We're gonna have a reassessment. And when the reassessment, he did ask that when you approve the
right,
$1.13 per 100,
Right.
that we hold that steadfast. because the strategy is very simple. I mean, to me, I've been in this position more than one time. I showed him today. I mean, I've been in it to where it was 5.6 million, so this is not new to me. But here's what the issue is. When you give a mid-year raise, you need to have had a surplus of money generated from operations. And you
Right.
decide, because of your business plan, that in this particular year, we're going to give a raise, because you've built that up over time. But you also know what your revenue stream is going to be July 1. The only difference here now is the way it worked out, we do have a couple options for this pot of money. But we've deferred the revenue stream until the reassessment comes up. And if we hold the line as he had recommended, that's going to tell you how much you can be able to handle on the next budget line. So you need to be able to get the full presentation of how you're going to handle this. This is not hopeless. It's just that I haven't heard the whole thing come out yet, and I'm probably getting out of my box that I shouldn't. But
No, I mean-
again, that's the revenue stream over here to come.
And we also have the revenue of the personal property. I mean, we're leaving the rate, but we know that the cost of personal property has risen dramatically on cars, and that we're gonna receive more income. But I hate to do that to the citizens, you know? Their assessments are going up, but, I mean, we can look at both of those as revenue generators, because we know that it's going to do
What we
that.
have done is had a conversation with the Commissioner of Revenue, primarily the city manager. And
Okay.
looking at a better way without putting additional burden on the taxpayer to see how we can get better numbers generated. So it's a lot on the back end for the revenue to take care of this. Yes, this is a one-time for now because you gotta, just deal with it. But the deferral of the step for July 1 was one issue. The next would be the reassessment, holding the tax rate at 113, and then coming back around. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's all I can tell you, but I think you need to know that that's a complete process. And when you start going in like this, then it was like when I was sitting there and I heard that you were approving it and not the complete picture. So you opened the door for me to say something, I'm saying it.
That's
Okay,
fine.
well, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, Councilor Gore, Councilor Pelham, Vice Mayor Parton, I mean, everyone, just be respectful.
No, well,
Be
Mr.
respectful
Parker,
about what?
I'll let you finish.
You call on me, my turn?
Well, yeah, I
Yes.
mean, my comment was basically, when I had my line on the next time, was the same thing that, Councilor Randolph and Councilor Gore said, not using ARPA money, one time. I mean, that was money that was given us one time, we shouldn't use it for a recurring issue. But anyway, that was all I was gonna say.
And Councilor
Unless you
Pelham?
have to, absolutely have to, but hey, my issue is that, y'all made me forget what I was gonna say.
Councilor
Okay,
Gore?
well, when you talk about department heads and the city manager going back and speaking to them to cut it, and the buck stops with all the leaders on this dais, of course. And so, if I'm in a department head position, I'm gonna protect my turf. And I'm always gonna tell you that I need $100,000, when I probably could live with 90,000. And to somehow, we as leaders have to see the overall umbrella. Each department is just one prong of the umbrella, and they give their best estimate. When we went through the budget 2 or 3 years ago and itemized all the different consultation contracts and all of that, they had already inflated their numbers. Everybody knows when you do a departmental budget, you inflate it, because you want reserve, and then you end up spending from April to June or March to June all the excess for toilet paper and hammers like in the military and waste money. And that is a continual, since I was out of the military, people have been doing that for years. Maybe industry and commercial people probably do a better job. But when you get a general in your budget, if he don't want you to have it, he gonna make the decision that you just better work and do whatever you can do without it. And departments do that as well here. And we have to be, I guess, wise enough to say, look at this budget, and just like travel, if you got a tight budget and everybody still have money to go to coursework unless it's mandated by the state or federal government, that's training that can be put off. or done virtually at a cheaper rate or whatever. So you have to look at all those things, but you have to be, I think we're the bottom line. The buck stops with us. And if we have to cut additional, that's what we have to do as leaders in this community, one way or the other. So that's just my side piece.
Counselor Gore, Mr. Altman.
So when it comes to mid-salary raises, I know 100% Council Pelham and I advocate against that. Mr. Altman, you know that too. Because we always say, why can't it wait till the budget cycle? Because it seems like every time we adopt a budget, soon after that, like a couple months, then we got a request for a raise. And it's like, why did it not be included when we were just talking about the budget? It happens like clockwork, and it always is police. So I know on the dais I said, no, we shouldn't do this. I know on the dais I said, I'm pretty sure the General Assembly is looking at extra money for public safety with the governor's budget. But the desire was to rush and do it. So I just want to be clear that even when people are saying, don't do this, we've seen how this plays out before, it's ignored. Especially when you have staff here in uniform talking about we're short-staffed but have time to be in the council meeting. So I just want to say that, we can mark this day down in history if people vow not to do mid-salary raises, because this is what happens. It has never happened to this extent. But it always is a problem every time. And staff knows this, so I don't even understand how they're allowed to come to us with this, or why members of council ask for this. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I put a public works in there when we did public safety, because I keep saying they get overlooked over and over and over and over again. So, I'm just gonna say that. But my concern is the 1.8 is the gap. We keep saying that. Okay, we gotta figure out how to fill it. Okay, fine. Next year, you're saying, look at the real estate assessment. To me, that's not good, because you're just kicking the can down the road for how much money people have to pay. Whether they pay it this year, the increase, or they pay it next year with the increase, it's still gotta get paid. So it's still an increase that people have to come out of pocket to cover. We're just making sure it's not done election year. We're gonna do it right before the next election cycle. So, I'm not just being funny. Those who are on the hook now, some of which asked for this raise, are gonna skate by, but those of us who try to caution against it are gonna get hooked with the dollar amount next time. But then here's the other thing. You fill the hole now, you say, oh, use assessments next year, fine. But then next year, they're expecting their one step too. So it's not just the 1.8, it's gonna be the 1.8 plus the step next year. Am I right? If that's what we're gonna keep on, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking this. If we keep it this year, next July, it's gonna be most likely an understanding that you'll do the step then, because you held it off a year.
Yep.
So you're gonna have to plug the 1.8 and then plug the new step, right? So how is that feasible? Because you're gonna ask for them to do the increase next year to cover this and come up with what money to do the step, right? I don't think people are catching that.
And then the year after
The-
that,
I
and the
mean,
year
okay,
after
so
that.
then the problem is not just to adopt the budget with it. That's what I'm trying to say. What you adopt now, you're going to have to still fund next year.
Plus.
So it's not like, oh, we'll just do assessments. No, that's not like there's a gap that's growing. So that's why I'm really not in favor of not doing anything until we figure out what to do with this existing hole.
Yep.
And then, because it's gonna grow next year. And then, with that being said, I know Mr. Vice President asked you to look at salaries, the vacancies.
Mhm.
Did you get an answer about the vacancies?
Well, I mean, the answer that we got in the email,
So the
Is it not
question,
email?
the question is, when do you want the vacancy look, right? Because if you say, was it March first? That you said, I think, in the email?
yeah, I think, yeah.
So that just gives you a look at that point in time. So what are we looking for, I guess, on the vacancy piece? Because it's dependent upon where we look at it at a given point in time,
Right.
that's when the vacancies will be.
What, it's in here, you said?
Yeah, so it's question number 2, but, I mean,
I'm talking about, I thought we was asking for citywide vacancies.
now we'll have to get that information.
Yeah, citywide
Yeah.
vacancies.
Citywide vacancies
Mm-hmm.
today,
Sure,
I mean, what do you, so,
it's up to them. But I just wanna know what the vacancies are, because there was a recommendation that maybe we can look at not filling those vacancies to recoup funds.
okay, I see, okay, now I understand.
We've operated this long without an assistant city manager right there, we can take that away. That's what, 100K? So like, I mean,
What's
Well, maybe we can
I'm
stream
just-
down on counselors too.
what?
What you say?
Stream
down
down
on
on counselors.
Well, I mean, if this is passed, that will happen.
Justice.
I mean, want to cut? Yeah, cut them all.
Department of Justice, they may
What, the
do.
positions? We don't have a assistant manager, why are we gonna keep those in
Are
there?
you
I'm
done?
just,
Oh.
I'm making a funny
She was
joke,
trying to make a joke.
Are you
lighten the
done?
mood.
but I
No,
guess
yeah, no.
everybody's
Nah,
taking
you
it
did
seriously.
good.
Well, this is not the time to joke, this is not the time to joke.
I know, let me stop. I'll stop.
So, yeah, that's why that ask was in there, and I was just following up on
Yeah.
another,
And I'm sorry. I thought when we were talking, and because I mean, you and I were pretty much on the same point, like asking the same questions. I misunderstood what you said in terms of the vacancies. I thought we were just talking about just vacancies in the 4 departments. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that you were talking about citywide and doing the freezes and stuff like that, like we've
we'll
done
just
in the
see what's
past.
out there.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
that could be a
No,
part.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to look into. I misunderstood what you were asking.
Yeah,
So you're looking for all departments, not just the 4 that are getting the increase? But then again, that's to Mr. Terry's point that you're making other departments not get people to pay for the 4. I would certainly think that the 4 departments would be
hey, I didn't
willing.
say narrow it down to that, I just want the information.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Okay.
better to get it now
Gotcha.
than have to wait
Yeah.
weeks to get it later. And then the other thing is, I could be mistaken, but I know when we first started this process, we said up front, we wanted department justifications, the outside agencies, all the information. Did you give it to us via email and I missed it? Cause it's not in
No,
this booklet.
I haven't provided all that to you in email. We have letters from people that we can get to you, that go along with your conversation about, outside agencies.
So, in the department justifications, want to know what they asked for and why they asked for it.
You had asked for what they asked for. I don't recall you saying you wanted the justification, because we gave you, and Mr. Terry,
No, I've asked for that historically for like years. I know I clearly asked for justifications. Maybe it wasn't understood, but that's what I was asking for, because I
Is
kept
there a
saying,
consensus on council?
but there was a consensus when we asked for the
okay.
information, so I was just saying like, hey, I don't see it, did I overlook when you
Oh,
gave it to
okay.
us?
okay.
And the only reason why I'm saying that is because, if we're supposed to wait for you to look at these other cuts, Counselor Pelham had asked for this presentation on the screen to be broken down more clearly too, so we can see what exactly
Yeah.
is the salary, what is this? And then also, when we were talking at the last work session, when Ms. Pelham asked a question about contracts or whatever, we were told, well, we'll get that breakdown about those contracts too. So that's another part of information that I don't think that we saw yet.
No, we haven't
All of
gotten-
that together will help us figure out what we want to do. And my last question is, Mr. Terry, you made a comment about reconciliations. I'm not trying to go into workflows. I just want to understand how, if you're saying the 2019 wasn't reconciled, is it still not reconciled for these budget conversations that we're having now? The cash? So how do we know what our projections are? I mean, do you understand what I'm asking? Am I wrong? Because if they haven't reconciled, I mean, I don't understand. Like, how is it impacting this process? Because it should.
Okay, so.
And what's not reconciled?
I was
Maybe
expressing
that
my
was-
comments from where I was coming from. I was coming from the audit perspective.
Mm-hmm.
In the audit, I think everybody would agree, cash is king.
Yeah.
And that means that you have to reconcile, meaning reconciliation resides within the treasurer's operation. Reconcile all of the funds, which we call the city. And then also schools has to do their individual on their books reconciliation. Send that information to the treasurer's office, and then the city treasurer's office reconciles what they have on their books. So what I was speaking of was the reconciliation as it relates to the annual audit for 2019. We were under the impression that for audit purposes, it was reconciled. And we found out that is not the case, period. Now, if you want to ask how do you know where we are now? We're in 2022. So part of what the treasurer has the responsibility is knowing what her bank statements and what her cash is. That's bank, internal, but for CAFR, we gotta have books and bank. So I was speaking about books and banks being reconciled so that we would know what's on the books and so that we would know our cash position as far as the auditor coming in and sampling. And we have to include schools in that because that was a very high number for the 2018, and when schools came in and said, oops, after a year of analysis, this is the correct number, then we had to adjust the cash that at that time the treasurer's office had built. So it was strictly a comment out of passion that I was really just frustrated that we got to start from where we not got it. That's what we're doing. We're starting from scratch, reconciling July 1 of 18 through June 30th.
So we already got the auditor hired.
Pardon me?
We gotta bring y'all the contract.
Yeah, we already got the
You've approved RFC.
P, but we got the
We
contract.
gotta bring you the
Okay.
contract. We're
So-
finalizing that piece. We
Okay,
gotta come back.
okay. So, I'm tracking what you're saying, but the reason why I have concerns is because I know from outside conversations that some of the stuff within the treasurer's office wasn't transferred over between staff.
But you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Some stuff wasn't transferred over between staff, like access to different things or who's doing what. So I know, and I knew this prior to the election and the turnover. And if that was happening prior to the election and the turnover, I can just imagine what hasn't been looked at since then, especially when reconciliations are not being done. Right now, do we have a clear handle of our cash balances for the city?
Where's the treasurer? That's the treasurer.
That's a
No, so, but I mean,
It's
but
the
he, but
treasurer's.
I'm asking him because they worked on the budget. So actually, I can ask Mr. Altman because his finance committee for the budget, they would need to know what was projected, what was collected, what was projected, what was collected, to do a trend, to make a proposal about the proposed revenue.
So you can look at, I understand what you're saying, when that's a collection rate issue, right? So that's not
Right.
a projected revenue. So we know on the books how much real estate value we have total in the books. You divide that, you multiply, or you do your math on the $1.13. That gives you what you can get for real estate.
Right.
We know what's on the books for M&T. Apply the M&T rate. That's what you expect to get for M&T. Same thing with personal property and business personal property. The collection rate piece is what you're talking about.
And it
How
is
much
an issue for
collected.
this because even
Right.
if you can do the math all day long on what you're supposed to have, but if it ain't being collected, then it doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to say is, on average, let's say on paper, we're supposed to get 15 million because of real estate. On average, we collect 10 million, but this particular year, we only got 7 million. Someone should be questioning, what happened to the average that we kind of level around here? So what I'm saying is, if they're not reconciling, how can we get that number? And are we current with knowing those answers? Because I have concerns when I asked you the question last week about how some of the taxes were not being collected for, that particular business license. It made me
business
think,
license,
yeah,
right.
it made me think, what else is not being done? So do we know? Because I would think you would have to see the real numbers in order to really give a proposed revenue. So do we know if it's current?
So we wouldn't know, I mean, with where we are with the audits, not the other word. 'Cause
Annual
we
audits.
can't say that.
Well, can we ask the treasurer's office to give us the actual answer in regards to if they're current with, where their collection rate is for these revenue sources? Can you
Yeah.
put an ask in for me? And I'll follow up with the email myself. That would answer my question.
I do have one question or statement or comment. We received our audits, our audit fund in 2018. We haven't received 19. But we did see a trend in the 16, 17, and 18 where we had those weaknesses, and a lot of the weaknesses did come from the treasurer's office. I understand we're trying to collect this data. Are you guys working on a process improvement or where we can fix these material weaknesses?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, we can ask for this information all day long, but if we don't fix that core issue, we're gonna continue to have these on and on and on. So I just wanted to ask if you guys are, working on that process. And I mean, I know it's gonna take some time because you guys it's only one person, 2 people. I know you still have to do daily functions and also try to create these processes. So, that was one area I did see. The questions that are happening I'm hearing today, it's pinging me back to the audits and the audit findings with those weaknesses.
Right. And that's the whole point that my passion got in front of me, because even as of this week, and the city manager knows that I shared it with him, is that the team that's in place now, including the new Munis technician that's here, we've just gotten off, I guess, the phone and emails with Munis, but there were certain revenue transactions that had not been batched and posted. And so even in your budget books, I had to go through, we couldn't give you those 3 years because there were some places, like in 19 and 20 and 2021, that certain things hadn't mapped and been posted right on the books. So what we've done is this, I wouldn't call re-engineering, but business processing improvements, and we've gone to the heart of it, or we're going to the heart, and it's not easy because it took about all week long just to get one basic, who need to do what
And
buttons
train
need to
them.
be pushed. But now, I think the email we got from the Munis technician and working with the treasurer's office, it looks like things are gonna be properly posted. And we're now talking in 22, where I'm going back to what you're asking for. I'm saying, over here, it wasn't, we have to rebuild that. We have to take effort to do that, to get to the point where we can close and actually get an audit done. Currently, right now, we're trying to work through the system, just like the auditor proposed that we should be doing in deficiencies. We're trying to come up with automated recon so that we're capturing stuff from the bank so that we can use Munis to reconciliation automatically. So yeah, we're not doing it as fast as we like to get it done, but we're trying to work through the process so that they can see some improvements when they come back in. There are a number of hosts of things where things weren't posted, and now they're being done properly through the system.
So that's right.
Well, that's what I was saying, because that is exactly what is in the audit findings, and I'm gonna relay to those findings, because that's what we paid for, to find those weaknesses. The level of training, the skill level, who's doing what, because you know what, the way I'm reading, I don't wanna say this, might look crazy, bureaucracy, right? Somebody leaves, somebody else takes the job, and then they don't even know what their job is anymore. And so if that is something you guys are working on, I'm not gonna say please work faster, because we don't have money to work faster, right? And you guys are only one person. Well, I mean, what is the answer?
The audit.
And it's like, I understand the audit, but I understand that's the audit, but we have to figure out how we're gonna fix those issues with the audit. You identify the weaknesses, you have to find the process, you have to fix it, but then you still need capable personnel and the skill level and the training, and who's gonna do all of that. Now we're gonna sit here and say we're gonna cut positions and vacancies. I mean, we're gonna be in the same position we were before. Somebody is doing a job that they're not even supposed to be doing. So, I mean, it's just that I am just speaking on how I see things. And I know that I can sit here and say, cut everything. But I'm not boots on the ground. I do not see the stress level. And that will also bring in high turnover. And, you know, there's other things that come with that. So I'm sympathetic to what's happening here. You guys have to give me more options. Is there only, the only option is to cut this, or I need options, please. A buffet of options.
We can do
Counselor Gore.
Oh, that was,
I'm not trying to.
Oh, Counselor
trying to debate
Randolph.
her.
Counselor
no,
Randolph.
sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Real quickly, there is still something on the table that we need to at least come to a consensus on before our next session, and we're 10 minutes away from finishing up. So I want to bring up the business personal property tax, the personal property tax, and the M&T tax. Does anybody on council have any thoughts on whether they are going to leave those at those rates, or are we looking at increasing?
I have a thought.
Because we need to
I have a
decide.
thought.
Go for it. Tell me what your
This
thought
is
is.
my thought.
Yeah.
Until we can assess our financial health, until we can get our audits caught up, and we see where we are, we cannot increase anything, because we don't even know what we're spending on it right now. We don't know what our
These
financial.
are tax revenues.
Oh, you're increasing the tax, right?
Yeah, these business personal property tax, personal property tax, and M&T tax, they're tax revenues.
Even if we bring
So
them.
I just wanted to see if
I know.
council, anybody had any
Until-
thought about raising.
My thought is no,
Okay.
not right now.
Anybody else?
And that, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
tell you, I just wanna say why.
Yeah,
My reason for this is until we know, we can't expect just because we're making mistakes here and we're mismanaging, or we are not, clear on what we're paying out, and we don't have our audits, how can we expect to increase a rate and have everyone else suffer for our
yeah.
fault? And not until we can, I don't see it is very fair until we as a city are sound. And I'm gonna tell you, fiscal responsibility, period. And that's where I lay. I am not in favor of increasing any taxes.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm just saying that we have to make a decision, or at least come to some sort of a consensus for our staff, so that they know, because we have to do a public hearing if we're gonna do it.
So put it on the agenda so we can vote on it next week. on
We're
our
not
regular-
voting, we're just having a consensus if we want to increase it right now in
Can't
order
do
for
that
him to
by
bring it
the-
back.
I don't think you should do that by consensus. I request that it get on our agenda. I have to do that in writing by tomorrow, correct?
So-
We need to discuss it and we need to consider it, because,
We,
for much is given, much is
I don't
required.
I don't feel that's necessary to bring it onto the agenda if we have a consensus where we just all feel the same, the majority that feels the same way.
Well, it needs, we need to discuss it and make a vote on it to see what taxes we can increase.
But we can't vote on anything
I don't
tonight.
think it's difficult when you know you have a shortage, whether or not you mismanage or not. The hole doesn't go away if you don't try to fill it some kind of way.
But how is that fiscally responsible?
This whole thing
That's
is-
just, that's unfair. That's unfair and it's unjust.
That's your.
I just feel it's unfair and it's unjust.
Well,
And we all have different opinions.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's my
yeah,
opinion.
and that's fine, that's fine. Everybody has a different opinion. I'm just asking if anybody has any thoughts on any of the 3 other taxes. We've already said we're
What are
not gonna
your
raise
thoughts?
real estate.
Well, the other
I'm
thing
sorry?
is
What are
you
your
make
thoughts?
Fiscal responsibility, you make decisions based on the information that's provided to you. So our information wasn't totally, I won't say accurate, but wasn't complete. So when you don't get you can't.
Okay, but don't
galvanize-
you have a better idea tonight of where you're at?
No.
Okay,
So-
well, you know we're short.
Well, what is
Okay.
your, what do
That's
you
for
think?
My
Sure.
thought is, I don't want to see business personal property tax or personal property tax. I know that Mr. Parton had talked about M&T. I'm not willing to do more than a 5-cent increase if we do it there. And that's it. But that's my opinion.
That's why it
I'm
needs to
looking
be
for
on the
everybody
agenda.
else's
Yeah,
thoughts,
that's
and if
why
you
we
don't
need-
want to do it tonight, that's fine.
Will the 5-cent increase fill the hole?
No, not even
All
close.
right, why is staggered?
Well, because every penny counts, dear.
Yeah, every penny
Same
counts,
job.
but,
All right, Counselor Denton and then Counselor Gore.
go ahead.
I think you all know how I feel on it. I spoke on it last Tuesday night.
Right.
I feel the same way as the mayor feels. We just don't need to increase either one of those two taxes this year. And
Okay.
I told you all my reasons
Yep.
then. I don't see any reason to repeat it again tonight
Yep.
unless I have to.
Yeah.
But, I think.
That's fine. That's all I'm looking for,
Okay.
because I'm
No.
just trying to give
No.
Mr. Terry and the city manager some idea of whether we need to look at potentially having some type
Public
of a
hearing.
public hearing. That's it.
Yeah, no,
No.
this was the question that I actually pushed my button for.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
we
sorry.
needed to, if we're gonna do a public hearing. you
We
know,
need to know and
I
get
need
it
to know that,
moving
so we can get
forward.
that moving.
There's a
Is that what your
potential.
letter was on for, Mr. Altman?
Yes, that's
yes,
what he
All
said.
right, I'll scratch your name. Counselor Gore and then myself.
I'm not responding to the question because I don't know my answer right now, so don't count me in any tally either way
Okay.
for the question. The comment was made about the audits and stuff and having to address those, but I think the public should remember, we've been talking about this for easily 4 years.
The question.
When about the audit findings and needing to fix the processes, it's been about 4 years. since we
Yeah, but
started
that's,
trying to-
I mean, we're just trying to find
Right.
out if we need to do a public hearing. And
Right,
if-
and I answered the question, and
Oh.
you called on me to speak. So, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when we talked in 2019, council voted to direct staff to address the audit findings in real time as opposed to waiting till we get caught up. So as far as I'm concerned, some of these problems that we're talking about now shouldn't be happening. Because it should have been, some of these workflows should have been addressed. Not saying all of them, but some of them. That's why it's hard for me to see. I mean, you know, she's gone now, but some of the points that she was raising don't add up. Because we said, and Mr. Terry has reported out some of the changes he's been implementing.
Right.
So it's not like we never had this vote. It's not like they were never doing it. So I know that all of them hasn't been fixed, but some of these things, come on now, like, it shouldn't be conversations now. And then, I mean, then a part of the trying to figure out the workflows, we said that we was gonna hire an external auditor. I've been asking for that, Mr. Altman, you said it was with the lawyer's hands. So that is who is gonna come in and address the workflows. But we also talked about training staff in the departments that are also having issues, and I haven't heard anything else more about that. So like, there's things we can do now. And then, like, the other part of it is with the key positions that we're talking about potentially freezing, they don't have to directly impact financial operations. Like, they can be a recreational assistant.
And I'm
They
gonna
can be
stop
other
you.
stuff that.
I'm sorry, I'm
But-
gonna stop you, because this
No,
was.
please don't stop me, because I didn't
Yes,
interrupt you.
but you
No,
gotta
but I
understand,
didn't
this is
interrupt-
part of
but
my time.
No, it's
No,
not your
I
time.
asked this question of
It's not
everybody.
your time, because after you finish, he asked
I-
Counselor
well,
Denton
I'm
to
not
speak,
finished.
and then, but he asked Counselor Denton to speak, and then after that, he called on me. Am I wrong, Counselor?
He only asked for people to ask,
I was
answer
not
the
here, Vice Mayor
question.
Parton.
But,
The question
Okay.
was,
All right.
do you wanna do that?
All right. Counselor Gore right now has the floor
Thank you.
for her comments.
This
and
is
then-
part of my question.
I understand, but she answered your question, but she
No,
also still has the floor
She's,
for
I
it.
know,
No,
but
no,
that's
just
all
for
we asked for was
clarification, I will
the
get-
answer
Listen, I will
to
give
my
you the
question,
floor
because
back.
I had the floor.
Okay, I will give
No,
you the floor back,
You
but
relinquished the floor.
No, I didn't.
Because
You
it
did.
went,
I asked.
no, because it then went to Counselor Denton.
Thank you.
And then I asked the city manager if he had his light on
That was
still.
part of my question.
It was still, yeah, but you still relinquished the floor. Just finish yours, and then it's my turn, and then it's Counselor Pelham's turn, and then you can have the floor again, Counselor Randolph.
It'll be
Okay,
done.
just
by
a
that
point,
time, 'cause we
like-
talk so much.
You do too. I mean, it doesn't need to be disrespectful. And you're signing your hands, doing all this other stuff when people are talking. I mean, like, we're trying to be cordial and talk freely.
Counselor, you have
Just
the
keep
floor.
it
You have the
cool.
floor. You're the chair.
So, anyways, the point is, not all the positions that we could potentially cut are financial related, meaning they won't impact their direct operations to address the audit and the findings that we need to do. So just be mindful of that. And the other thing I would say, and this is not like, again, to cause problems, I've been trying to be cool here, but I think we owe a service to our constituents that elected us to be here, that when we know stuff like this is happening, it is also unfair and unjust for it to continue to happen without there being repercussions. At some point in time, we cannot continue to say, oh, we wait for the audits, or oh, we're doing this, or oh, because allowing us to allow this to continue, and we know it's happening. And for it to be like, okay, well, on to the next problem or whatever, that's like negligence on our part, because we know it's happening and we're not doing anything about it. So if we gotta cut people or make some changes in order to have some real improvements, at this stage, that's what we need to do, because it's been happening for long enough to where the point where there is no confusion about it. At this point, it's on us, because we sit here and keep letting it happen. Or people try to water down what's happening because they're embarrassed or want to be friends with other people and don't want to be truthful and honest about what's occurring. And that's just the bottom line. I mean, there's been enough wiggle room here and enough grace and mercy at this point in time, where now this is just negligence if you don't address it. But that's just my personal opinion. But hey, I'll move on, because I see people are getting more riled up. It's really not that serious. But we'll wait for the other work sessions. I would like the work session to talk about the salary so we can be all on the same page, if that's possible, Mr. Altman. And I'll ask the chair to ask everyone if they're fine with that, but I would like the work session to go over the salaries.
When would you like that work session to be?
Before we adopt the budget, so we're all on the same page.
So we
We'll
can
talk about
that
the
in-
agenda
yeah,
next
at the
week. Can you write
agenda
that down?
Yeah.
All right, Counselor Pelham, and then Vice Mayor Parton.
No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Parton.
Okay. To answer your question, Counselor Randolph, on the rate increase, yes, just like I've said for the past 3 years, I do believe that the rate should be equalized out between M&T and personal property, just like I've said at stormwater talks, wastewater talks. I just don't believe in subsidies. I don't think that if the citizens aren't getting a break, then I don't think that businesses should be getting the break either. So, same comments as I had from last week.
I agree with that.
I do too.
Oh, ooh, that Ms. Holly said something.
All right, and so, Counselor Holloway, you're the only one that hasn't spoken. Do you have anything that you would like to say?
Well, as you just stated, constituents pay tax. Well, you didn't state this, but I'm stating it. Constituents pay taxes, and to piggyback off what you said in reference to the businesses should have some type of increase versus the constituents paying, because they already pay taxes. I also know the businesses pay taxes too. But I have a question for City Manager, Mr. Altman. Mr. Altman, I did not comment what you were speaking in reference to the department. Will you reiterate that? What are you going to do with the department heads or the departments? I couldn't hear it.
So a couple of things. One, I'm not sure specifically. So I had a discussion with department heads about the proposed budget and the shortfall, and recommending that the step not be put off because of the shortfall. That's one. And then the other discussion about departments was the need to go back and look at, I'm assuming, when we're talking about, reductions. So those conversations
Okay.
would have to happen.
So I was thinking maybe, look at each department's budget that they get every year,
Mm-hmm.
because each department has a designated budget, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, if you look at each of those departments' budget, and you can decipher whether you can adjust the monies in reference to, not inclusive of the salaries, because we already gave those, but whatever is left over in reference to the budget in that department. Does that make sense,
Yes, ma'am.
sir?
Yes, ma'am. That makes sense. To go back.
That was one of my things that I was thinking in reference to, and also an increase in the chief taxes. That's all I had.
The machinery and tools tax.
Oh, okay. So I guess a question, there's 3 of you that have indicated a willingness to look at an increase, 2 that said no, 1 that said not prepared to give an answer, I guess I would say. I'm not sure where that leaves staff.
You had 4 for yes, 2 for no, 1 undecided.
I thought it was 3 for yes,
Yeah.
3 for no, 1
Council,
undecided.
if I
Who's
don't,
the
and I don't want to say, and I don't want to speak for her, but Councilor Gore, I don't think you gave an answer with regard to.
She said she was undecided. Counselor Randolph said she was open to it. 5 cent
No, I'm
max.
not open to equalizing it.
I see,
No,
what you-
you
Mrs.
said-
Pelham.
You said 5 cent at
No,
max.
then I'm gonna take that back and I
Okay.
won't do it.
And then take it back there.
Okay.
So 3 no, 3 yes.
Well, no,
And
so,
we can't make a decision like this back.
No,
in-
no, no,
This
no,
is a
no,
work
I-
session,
It's
you
a
need a motion
consensus to
legally.
bring it to the
It's
Yeah.
only to give him time for a public hearing if he
yeah,
wants it.
so what I need is time to know if 4 members of council are willing to consider a increase to any of those tax rates, we have to advertise that. That's all I'm asking, so we can do that. Now,
Yeah.
y'all can have a debate as to what level, you wanna increase it, but again, we'd have to increase a max, so if the max was
The 5
equalize it, the 5 cent.
I know we can't equalize it all in 1 year.
Right.
I understand that. But I still think, you've got to start making progress at some point and, stop the subsidy, because it's not fair to have the citizens overtaxed.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
I understand, and that's why I'm saying, at least, for the past, 3 years, this is year number 4, that I have tried
17.
every single year to try to get a step toward equalizing.
And can I say, for 17 years, it's been at least 16 years, this has been the rates.
Yeah, I don't,
What is this, M&T?
M&T
Yes.
and all 3 of them have
Since
not changed since I've
2003.
been here in 2003. So that's 18.
M&T and what? What else, Counselor
All
Pellman?
of- all
M&T
of
and
it.
what?
All of the
Bur-
taxes.
Well, didn't you guys decrease taxes?
so
I said
At
for
one
18
time?
years. 18
Real estate.
years.
Okay,
estate.
that's what I'm saying. When did you decrease the real estate tax?
We did it, the real estate
1986.
tax went down to 99 cents when
It was at 130
no,
something.
120 when I came on council, it went down to 99 cents. And since then, it's gone back to 113.
right,
So
so,
it went the whole
so,
gamut,
yeah,
under $1 to back up to $1.13 because of the 9 cents for the schools to be
6.
refurbished or
Yeah,
renovated or
so
whatever.
when you came on board, it was $1.20 to pay for the bonding for downtown. It
Right.
went down, we still have that debt out there, even though we
Well, it went
reduced the
down
tax
to
rate.
99 cents.
And then we added on the
9
Well,
cents,
we added on the high school and you added on the, police department back here.
yes.
And at one point, it went down to, I think, 96 cents,
I thought it was 99.
and then came back up. And the last time you made an adjustment to 113 was for the 6 cent to do the high school, if I remember correctly.
That's
I was
correct.
gone for a period of time, but I don't think you've adjusted the rate during that
It
time.
went up 3 cents per year for 3 years straight for all the schools to get renovated.
Well, and
And that's where we've been since then, 113, after that renovation. But nothing else changed, no other tax, no one else put
Right.
into an increase for residents,
Well,
except for our citizens.
I'm just holding the line on this.
Okay.
Oh, Counselor Denton, she hasn't spoken.
Yeah, I just wanted, okay. Go ahead.
We have 5 minutes left.
Mrs. Jenny, I just want to make sure everyone,
Can you speak up?
I just want to make sure, so you have information, because I think that's what you're trying to gather now, that we've been, our general fund budget, roughly since 2020, as far as M&T, we've been getting about 15% from M&T, 8 million in 2020 we budget, in 21, 7.9, in 22, 8.1, and of course for this year, 8.8. What's more important though is the actual for 2020 was 7.5 million, and for 21 was 7.5 million or 7.6, and we're in 22, so we only collected half of it. So M&T represents a significant number of the general fund, about 15%. Just think that you should know that.
Thank you for that.
So back to the question. So do we, 4 people have indicated a willingness to consider an increase. Is there?
There's no 4 people.
She changed her mind.
Okay.
I can't.
So we're,
Sure, I'll do it.
yeah,
Okay. Do we have a number? I mean,
I
so
mean,
I can
my-
average, we can advertise for the May
Yeah.
10th meeting.
I mean, mine's still 5 cents. That's what I just recommended. I mean, it's not overly burdensome on anybody.
I just want to say one thing.
Yes, Counselor Denton had the floor.
Okay, because our time is about up, but I know Councilor Gore and I remember about 3 years ago that the M&T tax was very much in danger in the General Assembly. The Manufacturing Association was lobbying big time
Mhm.
to get rid of the M&T tax for everybody. I went and checked on the figures. I think Councilor Gore at that time was checking on the figures. And we realized because Hopewell is one of the few areas that is really dependent upon their industry. This is an industrial town. And I don't want council to forget that. And at that time, I remember I called every delegate and senator in the state of Virginia and told them what a devastation it would be to Hopewell if we lost that M&T tax. All I can say today is that went into a committee at that point, and it has not come back up again. Thank goodness. I don't know what would happen. But it only takes one time, and they passed that with no way for us to make up that difference. We're gonna be sitting up here talking about millions rather than just hundreds of thousands. The M&T taxes brings into Hopewell close to $10 million. That's a chunk. And I had a gentleman ask me 20 years ago,
She
when
could
I
finish
got
her
involved
statement.
in
She could finish her statement and then it's ended.
council. Are you thinking about any way you, the city, can get revenue if you lose one plant? One. We can't get a development in here. We're trying to get rid of the river property. And if we lose one plant, we're gonna be in big trouble. That's all I've gotta say. You heard me say it tonight, and I stand by it with everything I've got in me. That's a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, and the meeting is adjourned.
I'll vote for the 5 cents, but I couldn't vote for it to be equalized.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, that I've tried over time, but I know that we can't equalize it all in 1 year.
How you doing? I had specifically asked for this.
Jasmine?
I'm okay, I'm not mad about it, but
No, it's just,
but it needed to be reined in.
well, one thing is, I thought that, you know, when I'm not, when, you know, patience is not there, you know, yes, I run it, but,
Person, no.